It's Jake. Can you park my call, please? Thank you. Totally fine. Next time I'll pretend to be someone else.
Be somebody angry.
Thanks.
Like I'm mad about everything.
Testing.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Works good.
As long as I have communication live. Yeah. It's all good. They think
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the July 29th meeting of the Board of Supervisors. I'll call this meeting to order and ask for roll call, please.
Vice Chair Manfrey?
Here.
Supervisor Ramos?
Here.
Supervisor Alessio?
Present.
Supervisor Gallagher?
Here.
Chair Cottrell?
Here. And I'd like to ask Eve Kahn to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And now we will introduce, this week we have two pets of the week. Ms. Hoskins, did you say Ralphie and Chester?
Yes, ma'am.
And Supervisor Ramos has one?
Chester.
You have Chester? And do we have Luis here? Good morning. Good morning, Luis, and tell us a little bit about the two kitties we have today.
Hi, everybody. Today I brought in some kittens that weren't adopted at the library event. Today I brought in two kittens that were in foster care. As you can kind of tell, maybe you can't from where you're sitting, but they are both missing one of their eyes. This is Ralphie that I have with me, and then Chester is going to be the orange tabby here. Both of them came to the shelter when they were about 4 weeks old. They both had an eye injury that basically needed surgery. However, they were so young and not of weight, so we weren't able to do the surgery until they were a little bit older. Luckily, I was able to find the foster who has been working with the shelter for a long time, and I said, hey, they're both the same age, they're both the same weight, they both have the same problem. What if we just make them into step siblings? And since they've been in foster together for so long now, they've become bonded siblings. They are both boys. They're both about 10 to 12 weeks old. Do you need a? They're both about.
I like the mustache.
10 to 12 weeks old and both available bonded. Do they come as a set or could someone adopt them individually?
You know, because they're so young, they could probably still be separated, but ideally we'd want them to go together. However, if there is a family that wants to take one individual one, we will usually talk to them and say, you know, if you notice that he's a little bit sad and he's not doing so well, it's probably because he misses his brother and he should probably go with his brother. 9 times out of 10, they do come back and they end up adopting the sibling. Just a little bit of emotional damage before they go home.
Luis, I gotta say, I just want to give kudos to the shelter staff for thinking about these animals and their welfare. So thank you for that. And again, both Ralphie and Chester's adoption fees will be waived for the next week. So please come by and visit them. And have a good visit and be ready for a climber too. So thank you so much. Thank you, Supervisor Ramos.
I see a home for two cats.
The match set is pretty nice. All right, at this point, we will move on to our item 4 consent calendar. We have items 4A through 4K, which includes our special districts. We have 2 items that will be pulled, 4D and 4F. So at this time, I will ask if there are any board comments on items 4A through 4K, excluding those 2. Is there any public comment accepting items 4D and 4F in the room or on the phones? Okay, then I will ask for a motion and a second to vote on the consent calendar items 4A through 4K, excluding 4D and 4F.
So moved.
Thank you, Supervisor Alessio. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion by Supervisor Alessio, second by Supervisor Manfrey. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And now we will take public comment for anyone who wishes to speak on an item that is not on the agenda. Do we have someone? Good morning, Ms. Baginski.
Good morning, good morning. Happy summer, all supervisors. Thank you for being here today. I just wanted to bring up a small issue, And this is regarding Sheehy Creek in the southern part of the county. As many of you remember, in January, I presented to all of you a number of letters from conservation groups and environmental groups in the county regarding asking for a habitat conservation plan. And at that time, I believe there were 12 or 13 letters submitted. And at that time, we met with the planning department and we talked about postponing making a decision on conservation until after the BDR is completed. However, there are conservation issues still in the county that might profit from some addressing, and one of these is Sheehy Creek. In the spring, I was walking along the creek and discovered that the area around the creek had been sprayed with an herbicide, and this is in violation of safe water. And so it took me almost 3 weeks to hunt down who was actually spraying and who was on that property and who's responsible for that property alongside the creek. I spoke with the management company of the industrial park. I informed the county. I met with both Supervisor Ramos and Director Brian Bordona, and I asked for follow-up on this. I ended up doing a bio-blitz with a number of people. There were 6 of us in April alongside this creek. And what a bio-blitz is we went out at 6 in the morning and counted the biodiversity in the animals that we found there. And there were over 44 species of birds identified. There was evidence of river otters, there was evidence of coyote, there was evidence of rabbit, and there was evidence of beavers. So this is a corridor for wildlife, and you have to get there at 6 in the morning to see all of it. The reason I'm bringing this to your attention is what has come to my attention is that there is nobody actually monitoring or managing that creek. I spoke with the park managers and they said they only manage the public access sidewalk alongside the creek. They do not manage the creek at all. So I went and I reviewed all the deeds. I talked with Public Works. I asked who is managing this creek, and I discovered that the creek is actually supposed to be managed by Napa County. Napa County is responsible for the creek. The people in Public Works were unaware of this. It's directly written into the deed. I saw the paperwork, I have the paperwork, and I haven't received any response from any county official, but I said, are you going to be working on managing the creek? And at this point, I haven't heard anything back. So I just want to bring that to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Biginski. Appreciate it. Good morning, Mr. Dunbar.
Good morning. Good morning, Board. John Dunbar, Napa. I'm here unofficially in my role on the Napa Expo Board of Directors to remind everybody that we have the Town and Country Fair coming up August 7th through the 10th. I know that Supervisor Ramos is a former board member and an active 4-H parent and is very active in the junior livestock auction as well as everything else we're doing at the fair. So I invite all of you to attend, everyone in the audience as well. It's a wonderful way to support our 4-H and FFA families and children, and it's also just super entertaining and a lot of fun. There are different things happening every day. Look forward to seeing you all out there. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much for that. And I believe the livestock auction itself is on August 9th, Saturday, August 9th, bright and early. Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Khan.
Good morning, Eve Khan. I have a quick question. I know there's some Zoom meetings coming up on the baseline data report, and some of us early on put our names and contact info, and unfortunately, we never got contacted on that. So however that works, please improve that, because it was like third hand, someone said, oh, this is happening, but I know many of us wanted to be involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to comment or on the phone lines on an item that's not on the agenda? Okay, all right, thank you. All right, we will now turn to Board of Supervisors reports and announcements. What have my colleagues got to share this morning?
Well,
Supervisor Manfree, good morning.
thanks. Just following on Eve Khan's comments, the next baseline data report meeting is Wednesday, I believe at 3 in the afternoon to 5. And then there's also one on Thursday this week. And those are the last two that are Zoom meetings. The one on Thursday, I believe, is from 6 to 7:30, but check the website. I don't have it up, but it's this week, Wednesday and Thursday, and you will need to register in advance. And it was my observation last week at the meeting that you cannot register after the meeting has started. So, so please do register in advance. And these are just the initial meetings, which are by Zoom, so you do them from home, but there will be public meetings that are in person later on in the process. And if you attend one of these Zoom meetings, there is a timeline laid out so you can find out when everything's going to happen with this process.
Anyone else with comments this morning? Supervisor Alessio.
Good morning. I pushed my mic and not the button to notify you. Just a few things, and some of them connect to what we said we were going to be doing the last time, which was only a week ago. Vice Chair Manfrey and I attended a recognition for students of climate action who are graduating from a local high school here. These three women are really remarkable. We've got Liliana, who's going to Stanford. I believe her name is Audrey's going to Berkeley. And Amber, help me with is going to Madeline. Where's Madeline going to? Do you remember? Oh, she's going to Chicago. Exactly. So that was really wonderful. And we presented a recognition on behalf of the board. Additionally, I attended Barbara Nimco's retirement, the longest standing superintendent in the history of California. And I think she's got a good chance of keeping that record for a very, very long time. I want to congratulate her. Attended the Farm Bureau event, which was lovely, a beautiful evening. The MS Crush, which is an annual fundraiser to raise funds for MS research, and an Amentis event. So it's event season is what I call it. So it's been quite busy and a lot of fun.
Thank you, Supervisor Alessio. Supervisor Gallagher or Ramos, anything this morning? Okay, great. Thank you. I just had 3 items I wanted to thank Congressman Thompson, who convened a group of local healthcare leaders at the Queen of the Valley on Friday to discuss the impacts of the HR1 and how our local healthcare network will be impacted. And we heard from our hospitals, we heard from Mentis, we heard from other support services, including Ole Health as well. And I wanted to give a special shout out to our Director of Health and Human Services, Jennifer Yasumoto. She and I were both there, and she gave a great statement about how the county has a lot of strong programs in place, and we're going to all need to work together because this will be impactful. So thank you, Ms. Yasumoto. Also attended the retirement party for Barbara Nemco, and on behalf of you all, I presented our proclamation. So that was a great celebration. And also the Farm Bureau event was a wonderful gathering of folks too. So at this point, we will move on to our next items. We will go to agenda item number 7, which is a discussion of the items pulled from the consent calendar. So we will start with item 4D. Good morning, Mr. Mize. And while you're getting settled, I can remind the group that the item 4D is to adopt a resolution consolidating the Board of Supervisors' prior delegations of authority to departments to accept donations.
Good morning, members of the board. Thank you for having us today. My name is Andrew Mize. I'm the Legislative and Policy Analyst for the county, and I'm joined today by Christine Hernandez, the Deputy Auditor Controller overseeing internal audits and grants compliance for the Auditor Controller's Office. We're here today to discuss a proposal to update the Auditor Controller's internal donations policy, which is required by California law to be adopted by the local Board of Supervisors. A little bit of background. Philanthropy has for decades been a community priority in Napa County. And in 2005, the board, which has authority to accept donations made to the county organization, delegated to the audit controller by resolution the authority to accept and process donations made to the county. Initially, this was in amounts under $1,000. This delegation was authorized by California Government Code Section 25355, which is sort of referenced throughout here. The auditor controller then developed an internal procedural document, which, as I noted before, is required to be adopted by the Board of Supervisors, and has updated that periodically each time coming before the Board of Supervisors. That's what we're doing today. Over the years, though, the board authorized by resolution several carve-outs in excess of that $1,000 threshold, notably for the library and for Health and Human Services. This siloing by department has made the internal procedures required to adopt donations somewhat confusing for departments and for the public. And with inflation over time, the general $1,000 threshold for board approval of donations has led to significant administrative burden for departments. We're proposing today to roll all of these prior carve-outs into a single higher floor of $10,000, which is a figure tied to the authorizing California statute. We're also mandating transparency for this internal process by requiring quarterly reports to the board from the auditor controller. I'll let Christine take over here, as she's got some more details for you all.
Sure, thank you. So as Andrew mentioned, this policy is operational in nature, and the proposed updates are to how we accept and report donations internally. So really the key objectives are threefold. We'd like to combine multiple legacy resolutions into one clear, consistent framework to be applied across the board to all departments. We'd like to increase or provide greater autonomy to the departments, and namely, and I'll talk a little bit more about this, particularly the animal shelter would be the most impacted. And then we'd like to strengthen the quarterly reporting process. So the notable changes being proposed are, one, the application of revised acceptance thresholds, again, across the board. So department managers will now accept up to $1,000 per donor per quarter. Department heads can accept up to $10,000 per donor per quarter. And then donations over $10,000 will still require board approval before being accepted. And as I mentioned, the animal shelter would be most impacted by this change and by way of reduced administrative burden. And that's really because they are the sole agency at this time that sees a high volume of donations, but still requires ACO acceptance and approval for amounts over $100. And then that's probably the most notable, but we're also clarifying the acknowledgement requirements by saying, hey, we're stipulating that for any donations under $100, no thank you note is required unless requested. But for anything 100 and over, donations must be recorded, and deposited, and a thank you letter needs to go out within 3 business days of acceptance. We're also confirming, because the original policy, I believe, was silent to this, that the same thresholds will be applied to non-cash donations that we're proposing to apply to cash donations. And then lastly, we're requiring, this is internally, but we want to strengthen our internal quarterly reporting process by saying that within 5 business days of the quarter end, all departments will report to the ACO all donations. We, of course, review those, and there'll be no change to our quarterly reporting to the board.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Supervisor Manfree, did you have a question or comment on that one?
No, my light on?
No, just checking.
Oh.
Okay, great. Then I will go ahead. Were there any other questions from the board on this? Okay. I guess the only question I would have is, I know the library is also the recipient of a lot of donations. So I would imagine, I just want to check that this works for their procedures as well.
Yes, I've been in close contact with Anthony and with his staff services analyst throughout the process.
Okay, got it. Thank you. So with that, I will ask if there's any public comment on this item. Anyone on the phone? Okay, then I will go ahead and ask for a motion or a question.
Sorry.
No
I'm
problem.
a little slow on this very Monday feeling Tuesday. Thank you so much for this policy, and I think that's one of the hard things is actually keeping up with costs, because what seemed like a good idea before is certainly cumbersome. Christina, you mentioned that donations under $100 would not have the thank you letter acknowledgement. Can you walk through how that security is going to look like for a say a $99 donation, and how we can ensure that that donation is making it to the right place as intended, with the same level of security and protections and accountability?
That's a very operational question. I do not know.
I'm going to invite our auditor
Yeah,
controller, Tracy Schultze, to come
Sorry.
and answer my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Balia.
Thank you. Good morning, Tracy Schultze, Auditor Controller. There's a certain amount of trust that we have to put into our departments. Even if a letter is written and acknowledged, doesn't mean that it always happens. So we're trusting, we're beholding the departments to be honest and ethical. That's part of our values here. So we've never come across, in my time here, any time where we had a donor like say, hey, you know, my money didn't go to the right spot or whatever. We have been very, very transparent and open. We list all the donations in the general ledger. We bring it all in. For the departments, they also have internal controls, checks and balances for when cash is collected. So again, a lot of it is trust, but we also have those controls in place.
Thank you. And with the chair's indulgence, I'm not going to excuse you just yet because I think you're going to be needed. Maybe you all can, I don't know, figure it out, flip a coin. Looking at section 4 of the policy, acceptance of cash donations by an individual or organization in excess of $10,000 requiring approval by the Board of Supervisors. And so I would like some clarification. Earlier this year, we received a contribution from an individual to pay for a roadway project on White Cottage, I believe it was White Cottage. And I would like to understand how that type of a payment fits into or does not into this policy, as that is a contribution in greater of $10,000, and in terms of requiring Board of Supervisor approval.
Well, it was over 10,000, so it needed Board of Supervisors. Yes. So it would automatically come and be for you to receive and decide whether to accept that donation or not. One of the things that we put in here is in section A, the preliminary assessment, appropriateness of donation. We're looking at things that we wouldn't purchase ourselves, or that we are getting in as donations for our operations in the departments that they're being, like you said, for the library, the animal shelter, health and human services, really benefiting the citizens that we serve. In this case, this was a specific property owner, I believe, doing a donation for a project within their property. That those things I would automatically, we would flag those and bring those to you. It wouldn't be part of this donation policy.
Thank you. I definitely appreciate that. I believe that this is the right way to do it, to ensure that we do have oversight in terms of donations over $10,000. What I would like, by way of our assistant CEO, is to ask that a further policy come forward to discuss contributions that are made for infrastructure and roadway projects, as you know, this policy does not have any criteria that discusses how those roadway projects are prioritized based upon a cash contribution, how they fit within our roadway and capital improvement project. And so I appreciate the work that's gone into this policy to update it to 2025, and the flexibility, and as the auditor controller has said, the trust that we place in our department heads. But I do think when it comes to larger contributions, especially in the infrastructure and roadway areas, that we have more work to do to ensure that we have a fair, accurate, and transparent way of applying a consistent methodology for the acceptance of those types of contributions. I'm not ready to call them donations. I don't think that they are donations, but I'm going to say contributions at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Letter, did you want to respond or have a comment?
Yes, Steve Lederer, Public Works Director. Yeah, those are not donations. You're correct in saying that. There are times when private parties may wish to contribute or cooperate on a project. I think the project you're referring to is we did do a cooperative agreement with a property owner on Ink Grade Road for a paving project. Up there, we recently did a cooperative project with a property owner along Silverado Trail where they wanted a guardrail installed, and they paid for it. But essentially, every single one of those agreements come to the board. Essentially, they're contracts, if you will. We're contracting with a private property owner. They're paying a certain amount of money, and we're providing a service. So every single one of those comes to the board for the board's determination. If the board determined that they did not want to do one of those, then the board would tell us that, and we wouldn't do it.
Thank you, Mr. Letter. I think what I heard in your question, Supervisor Ramos, was about the prioritization and how something like that fits in the larger plan.
Yes, and honestly, I think what Director Lederer is speaking to right now are exactly my concerns, that it is a contract, that we are being requested to do work. We are government. We are providing a service, and we need to make sure that we do so in an equitable fashion. And in order to ensure that, it's to having a policy that explains to everyone in advance under what circumstances we will or will not accept contributions, I think I'm going to call it that, into a public project. That is what I'm asking for. Here, this is a donation, and it's been made very, very clear, but going on a case-by-case basis, as we have at high dollar values, makes me very concerned, and it doesn't seem that we have a consistent way in which we are considering that, and there's no reference to that in terms of its relationship to our capital improvement program and to our roads program. And so I think that this is a great start, and that we need more follow-up when it comes to how, in fact, we do accept those larger contribution, non-donation items. Thank you.
So it sounds like that we're getting out of the scope of this particular item, so perhaps that's a referral to staff. So great.
Yeah,
Thanks,
I'll just say
Steve.
real quick, by process, we only do cooperation agreements when it fits into our program. If we were asked to do something that didn't fit into our program, we would not choose to cooperate. But thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we will go ahead and take a motion on that item. If there are no further questions. Motion
Second.
by Supervisor Gallagher, second by Supervisor Ramos. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries unanimously. That again is 4D. And thank you, Ms. Hernandez, and thank you, Mr. Mize. We will now move to consideration of 4F. So at this point, the way we will handle this, good morning, Mr. Sanchez. I am expecting that we will hear from Mr. Sanchez and also Mr. Bordona. Okay. Great, and we will take public comment on this item first, and then I will ask for a board or a staff report out, and then we will have questions from the board, and then we can move forward on that. So with that, is there public comment in the room on item 4F? Good morning, Mr. Margadant.
God, it's been a little while since I've been up here, and you remember my name. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. This grand jury, I think, is a very, very useful organization, and I think that it's even though it's mandated by the state, I think that it's something that really has a great benefit to the counties because of the feedback that you receive. And I like the fact that in this particular report, they looked at it and they said, well, you've got some problems, These are the way that we see it. And I think that that's really, really helpful to you, to make decisions about how processes are completed and whether the outcomes of your policies are actually functional and helpful to the county. So I really do like that, and I support any of the grand juries like that. I think that is very useful, and I'll tell you the things that come out of that are well researched, very well researched. And these people said, and so that they should be, a high priority of listening to what they have said. And in this case, they say that you have some problems. They have some real problems with the, well, let's just say your database on all of the projects and all of the reports. And it helps us to help you by doing our business about complaining, and that's how it's complaint driven. But we have to have the information that it has to be correct. If it's not correct and stuff like this, then we get into a whole different ballgame. And I think that it behooves you to make sure that database is really, really functional. Otherwise, unless you have staff that helps you go and research inside the county, we don't have staff. And so it makes it really, really difficult for us, to try to adhere to the policy and to be a good complainer and a helpful citizen. So please make sure that, your databases are correct for our information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Margadant. Good morning.
Gary Woodruff, Napa. I'm sort of not complaining, but I'm going to make some statements along the same lines. Having participated in grand juries before, they warned us that you're going to spend 20 hours a week, and you do. And I myself have done probably 400 or 500 hours of research of county data, having to comb through planning commission reports and agendas and minutes in order to get the type of data that I've looked at. Some of that has to do with the amount of agriculture that is being gobbled up by pavement, parking lots, buildings, subdivisions, all those types of things. But not having any type of a method to cross-reference this data and easily pull it out it's impossible from a citizen standpoint, or even a group that needs information to really pull this data out. Coming from the medical field for 40 years, 45 years, we were immersed in data, and one of my jobs probably for the past 20 years was trying to align that data and provide tools to be able to get the data for clinicians, for nurses, et cetera, et cetera. But the same thing holds true for the county, and it doesn't happen overnight. And usually you have to start with something simple and then keep on improving that over the time, and it does take effort. And the IT department is certainly capable of that kind of stuff. But anyway, it's my recommendation that really that type of data point, even from a simple standpoint, is very valuable. I mean, look at the amount of growth of wineries over the past 25, 30 years. Back in the 60s when I was working up at Robert Mondavi Winery, there was roughly, about 8 or 9 main wineries in the county. Everything was being distributed by train. Every winery had a spur where they moved their warehouses over to the side of their highway where there were railroads, and that's how we sold wine. Nowadays, it's gotten into into the sales departments, tasting rooms, et cetera, and that's how wine's sold today. Club memberships, which I'm a member of quite a few. But anyway, that type of data can very easily go out of control and not be aware of how quickly things change, and not having a resource to just go to and look at it. Whether it's super accurate or not, it'll become more accurate the more time and effort we put into it over a period of years, and that's all I would recommend. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Woodruff. Good morning, Ms. Khan, and thank you for letting me put you on the spot with the pledge.
That's okay. It isn't like I don't know what it is. So I was one of the people who asked to have this pulled because I think it needs some additional discussion. But from my perspective, bottom line is that the winery database should not be removed, and that's one of the recommendations. For those of you who haven't read all this, I think that was created in the general plan of 2008 with the purpose to track winery production capacity, marketing events, and other characteristics. And so I have here on my notes, was not to serve as real-time entitlement. This was also discussed at APAC. And so some of the recommendations that have been put forward is like, let's get rid of this and use status determinations. Well, how many those exist? You probably have, 800 plus wineries that are in the database, but your status determinations are relatively new and would be very small in nature. Or ask the public to go look at official permit documentations. Is that organized in a way that we could just look at the first page and understand it and not have to go through it? So part of it is, removing things that could be useful with things I think that become obstacles for the public. Maybe your staff finds that it's better for them. My concern is if the winery database disappears, the people who are looking for information are going to be contacting staff. So for them, I know they've said this is a burden for them. Guess what? It's probably going to triple or quadruple, because when you can't find information, the first thing you do is call your staff or call your key leaders or whoever here. So I understand that it isn't accurate 100%, but to me, it's a good starting point. I've looked at a few projects, and that was the first thing I did. I was concerned that this property looked like they were a winery, and I didn't know that it existed in a system. So the first place I looked was the winery database. I didn't see them there. Then I went to what's in your updating, what's in queue. And when I didn't find it there, then I contacted staff and I said, do you have any information about this? And they said no, and it ended up to be an illegal winery. Hopefully they went through the process and moved forward. So I understand, and what I thought was interesting, that the comment said this is not only the public, but also the wine business is looking at these, is using it. Now, I understand there's a few comments about it being weaponized. I mean, anything we have could be weaponized. So obviously that's something that we want to remove. We don't want it, but if we can't get accurate information, and we go to staff and they say we don't have time to resolve this. So my concern is removing that database is going to put a bigger burden on staff rather than trying to update it and correct it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Good morning, Ms. Damry.
Well, first of all, thank you for giving us the opportunity to respond and to comment on this. I was surprised by the response letter, which I really found dismissive in tone to the grand jury's recommendations. I want to say that in the last 10 years, I have had a fair amount of contact with the staff and the second floor, and I've really found them to be open and responsive, friendly. I think the feeling of it is good. But I do think there's a fragmented quality that the grand jury responded to, and it makes more work for them, and it certainly creates frustration in wineries, in those of us who have been commenting on projects. And I don't know the cause of that. I understand that we've had crises that have put a lot of burden on the government on things that need to be done. But nevertheless, I think that as represented by one of the most recent cases that came before you, there's a lot of fragmentation in terms of getting information. I want to refer to some of what Water Audit has said in studying applications, that there were things that just weren't complete too often. And I do think it's important to get some kind of review process on that, whether it's getting more staffing or whatever. But and I also want to underscore the importance of that database. We really, as that old adage, we can't manage what we don't measure. If we don't know what's there, how can we possibly meet some of the challenges that we as a government are having to meet as so many things are changing? Climate, funding, our relationship to the federal government, immigration. We've got so many challenges. And I hope you do use the community for input around this. I think winery people, environmental, we are here and we appreciate being asked. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Damry. Any other comments from the room or on the phones? Okay, thank you, Ms.
We have
Hoskins.
one caller on the phone. We have Kelly Anderson.
Good morning, Ms. Anderson.
If we don't know what's there, how can we possibly meet some of the challenges that we as a
Okay.
Kelly?
Yes, I'm on.
Okay, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Supervisors. Kelly Anderson. I wanted to comment on the grand jury report, and I'm particularly interested in the winery database being maintained. Just picture yourself, if you had a question and you said, I wonder what's going on over there on Silverado Trail at Hardman, where would you go to? You would go to the winery database. And the reason you go there is because it's efficient, it's simple, it's fast, versus calling a staff person who you get the staff person of the day and they don't know. And, you know, there's really no one that is in charge of providing the public specific details about winery production and visitation and employees, etc. It's really an important tool. And I thought about it a lot because I have been a journalist and an appraiser, and I thought it's an important tool. I mean, students doing research, maybe you're an investor, maybe you're a wine writer. We think this information should be available. And I'm really not sure what happened. There's a point in that plan, the comment from the grand jury about that winery audits ceased to happen in 2015, and I'm thinking that was about the time when Hillary Gettleman was replaced by David Morrison, and so folks that do watch what's going on have noticed that those audits were discontinued, and it would be really good to have those back in place. I think that this topic deserves to be a future agenda item that the board can discuss more fully, and I'd like to support the staff, and I would like the board to direct the staff to bump up their team and make sure they update the winery database. I know it's a big job, but it is a foundational tool, and it's a milestone decision what happens with that database, whether it's kept or it disappears. And as we enter the general plan update process, we're going to be looking, all of us would be looking at that information. So I think it needs to be transparent and accurate and useful, and I encourage the board to support retention and updating of the database. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Do we have anyone else on the phone lines?
That concludes public comment.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks, everyone, for the comment. At this point, I will bring it back to staff for a presentation, and then we will hear questions, comments from the board. Good morning, Mr. Sanchez.
Hi, good morning. I'm Daniel Sanchez in the CO's office.
Hi, this is Stephen Kelly. We can't answer the phone right now. If you need to get a hold of Steve, call him on the office number, 415-314-7587. Other than that, leave us a message. Thank you.
Should I leave the message
Would you like
now?
to go ahead?
Okay, all right.
Good morning,
Yeah.
Anderson. Here's Mr. Sanchez.
Okay. So this is a grand jury response, and there's rules on that. We're pretty ahead of schedule. The penal code requires us to submit responses to the presiding judge within 90 days. We're well ahead of schedule on this. Our staff is available to answer any questions on the report, the findings, and recommendations. If the board wants to submit or edit responses to what staff has submitted, we could take those comments and come back at the next board meeting, and the board can hear those, that item again at the next board meeting in August. So staff is here to answer any questions. And finally, we just want to thank the 2024-2025 grand jury for their service.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez, and I appreciate Mr. Bordona and Mr. Parker being here to perhaps provide a little background. And I think before you begin, I would just make the note that we had several members of the public and several board members who asked to have this item pulled. So I think as a first observation, I would suggest that the board and staff in the future talk about what is on the grand jury report list and figure out what's appropriate to have on consent or have come as an administrative item. Because at this point, again, to the planning staff, I appreciate you being here, but you haven't had the time necessarily to put together a presentation. So given that, we've got time, so the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. The grand jury report focused on 4 or 5 things. One was the pre-application process and the value of it, particularly as it relates to the fees that are charged. Fees in general were also raised as part of one of the recommendation and findings. Then, of course, as we heard today from members of the public, the winery database came up in detail, as did winery audits as the 4th item. And then there was some mention of some organizational structures and some recommendations along those lines. And in no particular order, I'll start with the winery database, since that seems to have generated a lot of attention here today. It's important to, I guess, be reminded or be aware of the, I guess, genesis of that database and the intent of it. This came out of the 2008 general plan as a way of measuring the build-out and the projections in the general plan with respect to the wineries and vineyards. The reason we were doing that is because it's important to know the point at which you exceed the projections within the EIR that was prepared for the general plan, because arguably if you exceed that, you may exceed the life of your general plan. For the record, we're nowhere near exceeding those numbers at this time. Nonetheless, that's the purpose of that winery database as we know it today. Prior to that, however, a winery database was created as an access database. And so we were tracking winery development in terms of production, visitation, and marketing events since day one. It wasn't until recently, actually no, not so recently, with the onset of GIS that we converted that access database into GIS as part of the winery layer so we can conduct spatial analyses. Staff's recommendation to the board for consideration is to remove the winery database. That's not to say that I and my team won't continue to maintain that database. We most certainly will, and some of the individuals mentioned today the value of it, and they're spot on. Our suggestion was just to take it from being public-facing, and that could eliminate some of the confusion and issues. As you heard today, the winery database can be used for varying reasons. It can be used if a given winery owner, use permit holder, is curious as to what their entitlement allows. You could take a peek at the winery database and see if that kind of comports with your thinking in terms of what your entitlement allows. If that doesn't happen to line up with your thinking of what you have in terms of entitlement, you can actually access, as can the public, the winery use permit through our on-base system and review it and read it for yourself. If you're still, I guess, concerned about the accuracy of that, or there's some room for interpretation, you can set up a meeting with staff to go over it. You can hire a land use attorney to go through it. And if that isn't enough for an individual to know what their entitlement has, you can submit for a formal status determination. Those run approximately 14 hours on average, as we learned to process, as we learned through the 21 and some change that we received as part of the winery compliance program. So it does cost a lot of staff time to do. Nonetheless, it's a very thorough review, and it involves the review of all departments and divisions that have a role in a use permit, and it includes county council review as well. And so if that brings you comfort, maybe you're looking to sell your winery or have a better understanding of what that is, and that the formal status determination provides value, you may wish to pursue that. You then have individuals that use the winery database as a way of seeing what has been approved within certain geographic areas, sometimes in the context of a proposed project that goes before the Planning Commission. We recently, maybe 10 years ago, started providing as a comparative analysis in our staff reports for use permits when a proposal goes before the Planning Commission to identify the wineries that are in that area and the characteristics of them from a production and visitation standpoint. That was to give decision makers a sense of what's going on in the neighborhood. The commission asked for that, staff obliged, and we started including it. It's important to note, however, that it didn't become, and nor is it today, a component of staff's analysis. It has no bearing on it whatsoever. The approvals that have occurred in the past are a result of what that individual applicant requested. We analyze what they requested to make sure it comports with the general plan, the zoning ordinance, and CEQA. To say it differently, what you see in terms of entitlements are not a result of the analysis itself. It's simply what somebody asked for and we analyzed. So it's important to note that when folks go to use it to compare a winery of today relative to a winery of yesterday. On the winery audit piece, and I want to be careful to not get beyond what was put forward in the grand jury report, because that's what's here before us. And so with that, if the board has a desire to hear more or learn more about the winery audit process from several years back, or otherwise wants PBS to look into further how we might change enforcement as it relates to wineries, we're happy to bring something back on that. That is something that would warrant much more preparation beyond what I've done here this morning. Regarding organizational structure, I don't know if that's of much interest for the board here, but nonetheless, it's important to note that we did work with our HR department and HR director to review the organizational structure of PBS, and we did not find any issues with it. Fees, the board just recently adopted a new fee schedule. Don't have much control over that. If applicants aren't paying for the fees, somebody else is, which is the public. That's a policy discussion related to fees. I think the insinuation is that the fees function as a barrier, which I guess somehow is connected to the process. I'm kind of inferring from that. Nonetheless, I have no control over the fees. It's important that we recover our fees for the work that we do rather than the public bear the responsibility for those. Pre-application meetings were also brought up, and this is a tricky one. Pre-applications work really well if they are used on both sides for the intended use. A pre-application meeting gives staff an opportunity to review a conceptual proposal, provide input on what that proposal will require in terms of technical studies, and other information that's required to complete an application. It's also an opportunity to provide estimates on timing and costs and the process related to it, depending upon the magnitude of the use permit. That said, whether we charge somebody for that meeting or not, at the end of the day, if an applicant chooses to submit an incomplete application, then that has a direct effect on the process. That said, if we could come up with a way to require that only complete applications be submitted, that could really go a long way. Or something along the lines of, if an application is submitted in an incomplete manner, we hold until all the stuff comes in that we need to proceed with it, and we can review it at that time. It makes for a very inefficient review process. So for example, if you intentionally submit an application and let's say you're missing a trip generation sheet, which is an integral piece of determining the traffic impacts as well as whether or not a left turn lane is required, Public Works will not be able to inform an applicant or the planning department as to the impacts related to traffic or whether or not a left turn lane is triggered. If we don't get that until, let's say, the comment letter number 4, 2 years into the process, kind of not our fault. We're reacting to a piece of information that's submitted at a later date. Same goes with the water availability analysis. If we don't have the clear picture of the totality of the project, you're reviewing it in a piecemeal fashion. When those other pieces of information come in, that could change elements of the project. Say you don't have enough water, or say you're pulling water from a well that is in close proximity to a stream, which has impacts, in which case you have to dial that water down. All those technical pieces are linked, and so it's super important to submit a complete application. And I think that's all I have. I'm sorry for the long pause, but
No, that's great. That's really
just
helpful.
one more thing. I'm happy to speak to the comments in detail from the members that spoke today as well.
Great. And so what we can do with those is we can have the board echo back any questions that they would like follow up on to as well. So thank you for that. And before I open it up to my colleagues for questions, I want to again frame what we're considering, what's on the agenda before us today, which is the grand jury report and staff responses to it. And also, we've heard some great comments from the public and an update from our planning director. And so my thought is the way we have this conversation is kind of thinking about 2 tracks. If there's comments we have on specific phrasing or content in the grand jury report and response, we can give those to Mr. Sanchez and ask him to bring something back. I think a wordsmithing session here is probably not productive. So we could ask for that response to come back to us. And then if there are topics that are covered in that response that we would like to ask for more details from staff about, we can make a referral for a future agenda item. So with that, personally, what I just would want to say is thank you to the staff for putting together the grand jury report. I think being able to have the grand jury raise issues in the community and do extensive research on them and then bring that to our attention and then engage the public is really useful. So I think this is a positive thing because it allows us the chance to have staff respond and figure out what we want to do with this. So with that, I want to thank the grand jury, and then I want to turn it to my colleagues for questions and comments. Supervisor Gallagher.
Great, thank you. And thank you to the staff again for being able to come up sort of on the fly here and answer questions. I want to agree with our chair that, and I think we've mentioned this before, that we'd like grand jury reports and responses to be agendized on the regular agenda, not on consent, so that the relevant department has the opportunity to create a presentation and anticipate what questions might be from the public and from the board. I think that is more fair to our departments and really gives us a better understanding of what it is we're voting on and helps the public to understand as well. And I think it bears repeating that, this is a somewhat backward-looking report and response because we're looking at things that have happened in the past, and the staff is responding based on many board policies that were put in place by other boards. And so that's what they're working from. Doesn't mean that policies can't be different in the future with future discussion by this board. One thing, Mr. Bordona, that you said that kind of just made me think that maybe this would be a way to talk a little bit more about how the public can understand use permits. Is you mentioned that there is a place where people can go. It's the database is obviously not the place where people are supposed to go to be looking for information on winery use permits, and you well explained what it was originally intended for, and that it then actually got converted into a GIS layer. But you mentioned something about being able to view winery use permits and what they actually do say somewhere, I would imagine, in the website, or can you explain that a little bit more?
Absolutely, yeah. So if one had an interest in a particular winery use permit, there are a few ways to get at it. We have a system called OnBase. It's where all of the department's files are stored. You can search by parcel number, permit number, and other pedigree type information, if you will, to get at data pieces in the file. Another way to obtain data, and this is the more popular way, and there's a reason for it, nonetheless, is through a formal PRA. The reason for that is because staff does it for you, and it helps, I think, bring confidence to the person requesting it that they, of course, were receiving all the information that exists responsive to the request. There are processes and procedures associated with that. So a lot of folks, I think, gravitate towards the PRA for that reason. So those are the two ways in which you can obtain the information. In terms of what the information says, yes, you can submit a status determination, and like I mentioned, staff will review that and provide a formal response.
Okay. The only thing that I would maybe suggest, and obviously if my colleagues agree, is that you could add something to the report to just mention those two processes, because I think there's some confusion about the winery database as the only way to get information outside of a status determination. And so obviously the public wants something that they can use, that they can better understand what a permit says. And I think this concept of using OnBase is very interesting, that you could actually look at a permit. I think that is probably better than just a large data set. And I think that obviously if we want to discuss doing something different with the winery database, that's going to be a discussion of resources, both funding and personnel. And obviously that's much more work that we're currently maybe not doing. So I think that there seems to be a little bit of confusion around how you can get the information if you're in the public. So maybe adding something like that would help to clarify, so that people don't think, well, we're going to take away the only way that you can get this information, and otherwise, you'll just have to wing it, do a bunch of research on your own.
Yeah, well, even prior to the grand jury report, this is something that we envisioned in including in the baseline data report, along with vineyard development trends. Those are the two key pieces. And so unless directed otherwise, it will be in the baseline data report. The baseline data report of today, the one that we're updating, is going to be much more interactive than somewhat of the static one that we have now, which will lend itself, I think, for more frequent and transparent updates as modifications and new use permits and vineyard developments are approved.
Right.
So that's the plan for those who are interested in the ongoing existence of the database and as it relates to the BDR and planning efforts related to them.
Thank you. I think it's just important for the public to understand that even if the winery database is not available, that is not in any way trying to eliminate transparency, that there are other ways people can get information, and we don't want to necessarily have something out there, a tool that's actually not being used correctly or is just not the correct tool for the problem that someone's trying to solve or the information they're trying to get. So I think it's important. I think, and also thank you for mentioning the audits as a potential future conversation. I think it's really important that we do have that future conversation. We're winding up the compliance program, so now is the time to be looking forward to better understanding what compliance looks like in terms of how you ascertain whether someone's complying or not with their use permit. So really important to hear both from the public but also from the industry, understanding what the industry would see as a good way, a healthy way of making sure that that there is compliance and we can do so in a fair and equitable way. Otherwise, thank you, and I agree with the other responses that you've given on the other points.
Thank you, Supervisor Gallagher. Supervisor Alessio, and then Manfrey, and then Ramos.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the grand jury. Anybody who steps up to be on the grand jury, it's a big, big commitment. I have not done it, but I know, I've heard what a big commitment it is, and I just want to thank them for their service to the public. I actually thought they did a really good job on this report. I appreciate them illuminating the issues of concern. It's very helpful. And I also agree that, and this has just been my practice even when I was on city council, I like to have it as an administrative item. I think that is, that just shows respect of the process of the issue at hand that they're choosing, which is generally an issue that the public has been talking about, that they choose those things. So I also like them on administrative report. That's always been my personal preference. And it does give staff time to prepare. And you did a very good job, Mr. Brodana, by the way. I don't know how you remembered all that in that order as you're going through the process or the issues at hand. And I really want to thank staff too, because I'm very impressed with our staff, and I thought our response was also very thorough and a very good response. I do have a couple questions and a couple thoughts, and I'm going to take those in order of the grand jury's findings and recommendations. On the pre-application review, it says meetings are optional and come with a fee, which may discourage applicants from using the reported as helpful. I like the fact that it's optional. I don't want to force people in a preview meeting if they don't want to. That's up to the person, the individual. But I also think it's to their benefit to do so. When we're looking at cost, it showed in the report, if you will, I'm rounding down or up, $37,000 is kind of the average application fee overall, and the cost is roughly 2% for the applicant to hopefully save themselves a lot of time and work with staff in terms of the preview. I think 2% of the average cost, I think that's very reasonable. So I don't have an issue with the cost of that in terms of supplementing staff time. And that and again, and encouraging those who are applying for the application to take that time to do it. I think it's worth it. In item 2, in terms of the county's 80% cost recovery model creates a burden. As I've talked to folks in our community that have gone through this process, the cost of the fees haven't been their primary issue. I've heard that, but when I ask them, really, is that your primary hurdle? It's not. It's the time. It's the time in which it takes to go through the permit process. So I'm going to give you an opportunity. I know that I think, Mr. Parker, you track the time that it takes for applicants to go through the permit process. Can you kind of illuminate what that time is in terms of shared time between the county's time and the applicant's time, just to kind of clear the record, if you will, or provide additional information?
Yes. Good morning, board. Yeah, so I think it's twofold. One is the time it takes for an applicant to go through the entire use permit process. Really depends on the quality of the application submittal. As Director Bordona was mentioning earlier, he spoke to the importance of submitting a complete application with not only complete technical reports, but adequate technical reports. If we receive an application that's been submitted and it's missing information, the applicant has automatically guaranteed a incompleteness letter within 30 days. There are times when, Director Bordona talked about how we will ask for something and we won't get that piece of information until the third or fourth submittal. And at that point, we're piecemealing sort of the project proposal together. There have been numerous instances when we've received complaints about how long it's taking to go through the use permit process, and Director Bordona and I have met with members of this board or members of the CEO's office to sort of gauge, what's going on in certain situations. A large majority of the time, we will calculate the amount of time the application has been with the county versus with the applicant. We go through a very thorough, the date an application was submitted, the date we gave the incompleteness letter, the next date the application was resubmitted, when we issued notes, all the way through the time it was deemed complete and then brought forth to an approval. A large majority of the time, and I will preface it, there are instances when things go awry, but the large majority of the time, the application is with staff less than 30% of the time, and it's with the applicant and the applicant's team 70% of the time or more. Earlier this year, I gave a presentation to this board on the micro winery ordinance, and at that presentation, we talked about timing, how much time it takes, a micro winery versus a traditional use permit. In that presentation, I noted that we've had, the last three. I used 3 recent submittals as an example. One was a traditional use permit where the applicant came in with their I's dotted, T's crossed, every item on the checklist they included in their initial submittal. This was for one of the first new winery use permits we had in a while. And from date of submittal, they went through 3 resubmittals based on staff asking for clarification or asking for things to be revised. From the date of initial submittal to the date that new winery application was approved by the Planning Commission was just over 13 months.
Oh, that's impressive.
We also had 2 micro wineries who came in, similar situation, had a great application submittal, a great consultant team with quality documents from start to finish. They were through the process in less than 12 months. We have others who, it's an opposite picture, who will spend 5 years and, they'll submit a partial application, we'll submit a completeness letter, and they'll go away for 6 months, sometimes 400 days. We've seen, so it really speaks to coming in with a complete application with quality and technical and adequate technical documents. So it's not necessarily the process that's the problem, it's everything that goes into it.
Thank you. And I know the checklist is coming back for the Planning Commission to review. An updated revised checklist is coming back to the Planning Commission, and then it'll be back to the board here, I believe, this fall. Are those permit applications, are they reviewed in-house or do we outsource those?
The large majority of the time we review in-house.
Good.
Prior, there was a period of time where we were using outside consultants. We have all applications being reviewed in-house with the exception of one lingering application that's being co-worked on by both outside consultant and project managed by an in-house staff member.
Thank you. I think that's preferred. I appreciate that. I know the grand jury's response was to the recommendation was to implement a structured fee system based on the project complexity whenever possible. You know, when we look at the fees and we look at the checklist that's going to be revised and updated, that's kind of already embedded in there. The more complex project or application is going to require more fees based on more studies and reports and more departments involved. So I feel like that's already embedded in the process in that. So I'm fine with how this, I'm fine with the staff's response on this. And I do appreciate the grand jury looking at this and bringing this up. On item number 3, it seems like the hot one, the winery database, is outdated and incorrect. I can understand the grand juries and the public comments here, recommendation, but want to ask a few questions. How long would it take? How many hours would it take to fully update the database? And could this be a project for an intern or even AI assistance in some way?
And just to frame that, I think that's a great question. And, you know, it'd be great to get an answer here, but also if there's a more complete answer, that might be something that we refer out to a future agenda item too.
Okay, thank you.
But yeah, I think it's a great question for you to respond to at a high level.
I mentioned earlier, and Michael ran these numbers last night, using the 21 or so status determinations that we did receive as part of the code compliance program. And what was your estimate here, Michael? It was an average of 14.2 hours, and hypothetically for 500 wineries, that's 7,100 hours, or equivalent to 3.4 years. So it's kind of an extensive amount of time, and we would have to ask ourselves if there's enough juice for the squeeze there, and if that's how we are best using our resources. But it's something we can look into. Again, there are other ways, I think, at getting at it, either through somebody reading through an application through OnBase, or if there was a desire to have a concrete way through the status determination. But I don't know. That's a...
Okay. Well, I think this is one I'd like to come back, because I do understand and I support the grand jury recommendation, and the public also saying this is a very useful tool for multiple reasons. I went on the winery database last night. I kind of looked at it. I'm like, well, that's actually very helpful and easy to see. And so, and I agree in terms of just the data collection, having access to this information for public for many different reasons. I think that there's value in that, but I'd like to bring that back for further review. On item number 4, random audits. Is it correct that in 2018, the Board of Supervisors directed staff to devise a new winery audit that would require every winery to submit information on wine production? Did I read that correctly?
Yeah, I believe so. It was before my time. There was an interest at that time to pursue winery audits. I don't know why it wasn't pursued. What I do know is that there was likely competing priorities. It's highly likely that COVID had something to do with it.
That's my understanding, that COVID and fires derailed
and fires as well, of course. But I think also there was somewhat of a pivot, if you will, to the winery use permit compliance program. Mm-hmm. And I think that was the way of getting at it at that time. But a lot of things have changed since then. And so as we kind of recommend in the staff report, if that's something that the board is interested in, we can certainly bring something back and see if that's.
I don't know if my colleagues here are interested, but I'm interested in that. Both in the financial institutions and healthcare systems, they have random audits, or they have actually thorough audits. But I think a random audit would actually help make sure that folks are staying in compliance. We saw that just with the compliance program, the different range that people have been working outside of compliance. And it just keeps everybody kind of honest and on the straight away, if you will. So I'm interested in looking at that more and doing random audits. And I'm open to staff's, what you would recommend, whether it be 2 or 3 year, or what you would recommend on that. The last item is the Napa County Planning, Building, Environmental Services Department faces structural inefficiencies, including a high supervisor to staff ratio and lack of management. I have to agree with staff on this. I think that you're doing a brilliant job. I know there's been a lot of changes, and your response talked about the restructuring, the reorganization. I know the grand jury also reported that there's been a lot of change in terms of staff overturn, but as you look at the statistics, the data only shows 4%. And I know that's happening to all local government. There's just a lot of turnover that's been happening since COVID. It's starting to settle down, but there's a lot of different reasons. We know the baby boomers are retiring. We know people are choosing jobs that provide promotional opportunities and staying closer to where it's affordable, and Napa's becoming less affordable. So I thank staff for their response, and I agree with that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alessio. Supervisor Manfrey.
Thank you, Chair Cottrell. I have like 7 pages of disorganized notes, so bear with me here. I think with the process generally, which Supervisor Gallagher spoke to, my observation was that the way this is written, it speaks on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, and this is not marked as a draft, and it was on consent, and this is also the first time it's coming to us. And I think that I agree with Supervisor Gallagher that I strongly prefer for this to be agendized and for this to include a proper staff report. I think that's a much more ultimately efficient and transparent way to handle this. So so just the foundational setup for this. I have that comment on. Right now, what formats is the database served in?
It's in our winery GIS layer. So the format would be an attribute table that contains all the particulars related to a winery use permit, gallonages, tours and tasting, marketing events, location, hours of operation, things of that nature. That attribute table can be exported into a spreadsheet and manipulated as one may see fit, sorted and whatnot into various categories based on gallonage or location and all that. The nice thing about having it in a spatial format is it enables you to do geographic focuses on, let's say I wanted to look at a certain region and ask myself or ask the system how many wineries are there, the production capacity, the visitation, and what's kind of going on in that neighborhood or that area, we could do that. Whereas a spreadsheet obviously wouldn't allow for that to happen. And I would need to double check with Matt Lamborn in our GIS department. I believe he serves that upon request in the form of PDF as well.
Okay.
And there are very detailed instructions as to what each category means and doesn't mean.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then there's also a web interface.
Yeah.
And so somebody would be, say, tapping on an item on a map, and it would pop up with the information from the attributes table.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm just just trying to make it really clear what we're talking about and not talking about. Let's see, and I guess so what I have to say about that is that data that are created with public funds and maintained with public funds are required to be public legally, to my knowledge. And this is based on a case where Sierra Club challenged Orange County over their parcel data set not being publicly available way back in like 2011 to 2013. And so I don't know if we actually could take this off the table. It wasn't, this database wasn't actually public at first, but it became public after I brought that to planning's attention. So around 2015. So, like this specific item, I've mucked around in this database a lot, very familiar with what's there and how it works. And as a researcher, I would say that it's incredibly important to understand when you're dealing with a primary data source and when you're not. And this is not a primary data source. The original planning documents are. So this is something that's really well suited for summary statistics, for looking at the big picture. If you were going to drill down and try to say, is this record for this specific winery right in every field on the table? If you really wanted to know that for sure, you would have to go back to the original planning documents. That's my understanding, and I guess I just want to make that really clear for everyone who's listening here, is that it comes with caveats in the files associated, the metadata files associated with it, so that it should be very clear, but not everybody reads those. They just go straight to the database. And if you're on the web interface, you probably will never see the metadata files. So something that I've seen used in the data management world to kind of buffer against that is creating an access agreement. And I don't know if our county website has one. When you click through the maps, I'm seeing yes. But it might be good for the download too, to maybe do a secondary one where you're basically consenting to the knowledge that you understand that this is, may contain errors, and that there's another source for the data that would be more definitive, just as a way to maybe kind of buffer against future problems like the ones we've been seeing in the recent past. So that's a thought. Let's see. I thank you for explaining that there is a process for which to find definitive information. I hope that was helpful for everybody. Let's see. It seems like if this was created for the previous general plan BDR process, I can't imagine that it took 3 years to create it in the first place, or even to create and update it over this amount of time. So I am also interested in getting maybe a more thorough assessment of how long it would take to do a review and update. This is an incredibly helpful resource for the community. And, I mean, while understanding that it probably will never be 100% complete and perfect, it could probably be close. It might even be close now. But it seems like an appropriate time to review it. And, and this is maybe another conversation for another day, but rolling it into the general plan BDR process where we're already doing data assessments and updates and that sort of thing, it might make sense. Let's see. So for the grand jury, going back to the findings, which is really what we should be talking about, the pre-application review meetings, they're are optional and come with a fee. I think that the current structure is all right. I am concerned that it sounds like, based on just getting this Thursday and reading through it and talking to people about it, that there's when an application comes in and is not complete, that if it's close enough, staff will move forward anyway with a lot of time spent on analysis, and then kick it back to the applicant with a request for additional information, whatever was missing. But if it's something really foundational to the application being accepted or sent back for changes, like a water availability analysis or a traffic analysis, like something that you just can't get through CEQA without having, it seems to me like maybe the process should stop before there's a bunch of staff time put in. So, I don't know how other members of the board feel about that, but it seems like that might, in the long run, speed up the whole process. because you wouldn't be sending something back and forth so many times for missing pieces, which are ultimately foundational to the success or failure of the proposal. Yeah. What else do we have? Okay, I'm seeing the same notes in different places. That's not very helpful. As far as the winery comparison analysis, which I thought was an interesting point of discussion for proposed projects, I can see where comparing a current application to wineries that were established in 1900 or 1950 or 1970 or even 1985 is not maybe the most effective way to assess whether or not it's a good fit or whether or not it's normative, because the rules have changed quite a bit. So something that comes to mind for me is looking at recent and comparable projects that have been moved through under the same rules, rather than projects that that came into existence under a different set of parameters, or just working with the existing conservation regs and CEQA guidance, et cetera, to just keep it really current. With enforcement, I think this is more of a referral item, but I think it would be interesting to hear about some options there and just hear what planning thinks about how we might resume a process that seemed to have stopped when we were doing a lot of disaster response, because, you know, knock on wood, we're not doing disaster response right now. I don't want to jinx it, but you know, if the capacity has resumed, then perhaps we can get back to the previous work that we were doing. I think that I'm going to hold off on further comments now, but that's most of it. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Supervisor Manfrey. Supervisor Ramos.
Thank you so much. I first wanted to start, before I start with my questions, just kind of clear a few things. I feel like I might be the only one that was still here when a couple of these things happened, and some of them do predate me, but it was something that I was following very closely. A comment was made that the compliance program stopped in 2015, and it must have, you know, it was something that happened. Yes, the something was the APAC, the Agricultural Protection Advisory Committee. That is what stopped all of this, because the County Board of Supervisors was headed in a certain direction. There were grand jury reports, and there was a lot of concern 7 years into the 2008 plan that changes needed to occur. And APAC was going to be that recommendation, in fact. And what ended up happening from APAC, one of the recommendations that was present was that reporting, and I think this is a very important consideration as it relates to finding 4 here on audits. One of the recommendations that had come out from the APAC committee was that reporting must be, and I'm reading from the minutes, reporting must be submitted annually by all wineries that have use permit approval within the unincorporated areas. And at the end of the day, there was an absolute stalemate on all votes, 8-8, 8-10, nothing got approved on coming forward from APAC. The Board of Supervisors then took those issues, because the concern still happened. I came here, more like there, and we started discussing the difference between compliance and audit. And I think that that is really important for us to separate clearly here. Audit is a trust but verify action. compliance is the complaint-driven action. Compliance has never left the building. Compliance is the complaint-driven because we have chosen to be a complaint-driven county. Audit is the question. It came before as a question in APAC. That committee of 16, 20, however long that was, could not come to agreement. It came to this board, and the members of the industry fought it hard. We had a proposal going forward that there be annual compliance, and we had lawyers at the podium and lobbyists that were saying that we would be interfering with intellectual property if we were to ask for compliance information, and that we did not have clear enough use permits to even go there, that people would be, that wineries would be submitting themselves to possibly admitting to not being in compliance unknowingly. That was what happened. So in 2018, we started looking at this process improvement and the use permit determination, which again has never left the building. You can always ask for that, but to allow the opportunity for use permit holders to come into this building and say, please help me understand what I have or don't. That is what came about through the compliance program. I do believe this one, it's a little tough to how I'm going to say it. I hope it doesn't come out sharp. I have already asked for the compliance program to come before this board. And in fact, I've said quite clearly, it needs to end. It's 7 years on the books. It's been successful. The last, Mr. Parker, 8 applicants.
9, including the ones under appeal.
Okay, 9, including ones under appeal. They're in. We're done. We need to move on. We cannot move on to an audit procedure until we wrap up the compliance program and the compliance status determination, which still rests with us. We need to make sure that that comes back. I do believe that it is appropriate for us to include in that response that this board will consider any possible compliance and or audit policy changes, including the termination of that, because a referral has already been made. I think that that is a far more complete answer to the grand jury. So I think it's important in the whole grand scheme of things for us to look at. This has been a continuum. It's felt like a roller coaster ride. And there is the grand jury has taken a moment in time here that hasn't spanned everything that this board has in fact done. I agree that audits are the right plan, but until we stop the compliance program and have a policy discussion of what the purpose of those audit programs is, it could in fact be something that feeds into our general plan. What a perfect time we are at to be able to do that. So I would reinforce my referral that the compliance program needs to come back to this board for a determination that would also include any further steps in terms of audits. I'll go back and I'll talk about pre-application. I don't disagree that pre-application is a great move for every single applicant. I agree that if a pre-application, I would certainly be interested in additional information not related to the response here, but how the timeframes of processing are affected by those that do in fact participate in pre-applications. If the timeline is shortened, if the back and forth is shortened, I think that that's an important thing for us to look at. Now, I don't want to be in a position of saying to staff that is what you need to do. I think if staff were to ask us, if that is what you feel is right, I think staff, through a process improvement evaluation, could look at it and come to us. I don't believe that it should come from this board down to staff and be put onto the applicants. The next one, the winery database. I definitely understand the desire to have more information, and interestingly, we later on in our agenda we have our AI policy, and I think that there are opportunities here when it comes to data and how data feeds in, and certainly we can always make improvements, but I'm not going to necessarily say this is the end all be all, and that one document and its maintenance of that document is necessarily the right move for transparency. And perhaps what we need to be looking at is on the back end of the data that feeds into, and how we maintain our use permits and that data and how that feeds in, as opposed to the maintenance of a document and a system separately from the use permits. The next thing that I'll add on is on fees. And there are a couple of things. Prior to November 24, this board had an 80% cost recovery policy. And that was a policy decision that was made by this prior board to move us towards 100% cost recovery with an excess fee study justified as is required to be able to implement these fees. And I think one of the things that is incredibly important is that what we are talking about here are discretionary permits. No one is telling you to build a winery. No one is telling you to build a house. These are all discretionary permits. The Constitution, Article 16, Section 6, specifically says that we are not allowed to gift public funds. We are prohibited as a county to gift public funds. And so in my mind, I absolutely did justify moving towards 100% cost recovery because these are discretionary fees. And I do not, if we have the data to be able to justify 100% cost recovery, we should not be giving away that 20%. I have no reason to believe that our Nexus fee study is deficient in any way. And I think it's important for us to be able to include language as to the policy decision that was made for 100% cost recovery on these discretionary permits in finding 2. Is that it? I think it is. I think that that's important because that was in fact what was involved in our consideration. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ramos. So a lot of great comments here. Thank you again to staff for the work on this report. I want to reflect before I offer my comments a few things that I heard, and I think specifically to the report response, I think the 2 sets of comments. Supervisor Gallagher, you talked about including a sentence that references on-base and PRAs as other ways that people can access information. That was one suggestion. And then Supervisor Ramos, you had a comment about adding a sentence that the board would consider audit and policy changes once the compliance program was wrapped up.
More specifically, not to prejudge this board, that a request has already been made to review the compliance program and the audit.
So, right, that's a great point. So a step back. So Supervisor Alessio and Manfree, I just want to make sure that if you had any specific comments on the report that you want to get in, that you have some great comments about referrals coming back. I just want to make sure we're not missing anything in the report that you wanted to add. And I'm looking at staff. Are there other comments that you heard from the supervisors that you're planning to add in?
At the moment, the one that stood out was add to the report additional ways that the public can get information on the winery besides the winery database. But I'm available to take notes on anything else that we
Okay.
could go in.
Supervisor Ramos, and then I'll do a double check with Alessio and Manfred too.
Not specific to the report, on the actual presentation of these items. Did you want that now or do you want that later?
I'll wait on that one.
Thank you.
Supervisor Alessio?
And I guess I'm going to repeat a couple things. Perfect. I kind of assumed that they were taking notes and they would apply those accordingly. But just kind of recap on item number 1 regarding pre-application. I believe that staff is correct and should continue to encourage applicants to go through the preview application review. That's all I had to say on that one, actually. On number 2, again, I agreed with staff on this. I did have one that I didn't pick up that I was going to ask earlier that I'm seeing now. And that was, and let me know, because this is your business, not mine. You're the experts here. I had a thought of recommending that we provide an estimated fees during the review of our new checklist that will be coming before us. Is that part of, do you foresee that that is something that would be feasible, that would be kind of a natural progression during that review process, that not only going through the checklist, but also going through the fee list? Is that something that already occurs?
It's not something that's identified on the checklist as an estimation. We do make mention to the applicant that it's based on an hourly rate. I would imagine during a pre-app, the planner that's meeting with the team provides some estimates. We have estimates. We have the numbers on the highs and lows and the average that we can provide. But it's going to be a best guess. The best we can do is, provide the range and the average.
Okay. Because what I have seen, and we discussed this earlier, is that folks are kind of, they're sticker shocked, but they're also shocked that there's so many fees. They go into something and they have no idea the amount of fees and where they're collected. So if we can include that in the process, whether that be part of this report or not, I think that makes sense, and that would be in that preview meeting with the applicant. Does that help?
Yeah, and if I could, Supervisor, earlier this year, I believe, when we had the January fees roll out, one of our exercises we did as a department, and I believe it's maybe on the fee and payment section of our website, we've actually gone through and listed out common permits, and we aggregated, over the last 12 to 18 months, we would pull, 10 of those permits that came in and what the average cost was, and those are posted. We worked with our deputy director on getting those posted. So that information is out there, and if at any time an applicant or a potential applicant, asks, hey, on average, what is this going to cost? Staff has and is more than happy to go through and, pull the most recent.
Is that accessible on our website?
Yeah, I believe it's on our fees and payments portion of the PBS website.
Great. That's great. And I have a comment about, I'm going to have closing comments about access, because I think everything's tied to that. On the winery database, again, I recommend that we bring this back. I see value in it for potential applicants, for public, for many reasons. If it takes 3.5 years, I'm okay with that. Those things they do take time, and I do think it's something that is important. And I also think it's important that we have a disclaimer on there that, it's very hard when you keep a database, you're always trying to update it. So, once it gets updated, staff recommendation, whether it gets updated annually or biannually, and that we have some kind of disclaimer saying this has been updated at this last date, so public knows.
Yeah, there currently are
reliability.
disclaimers and caveats, but we'll review those with county council and see if they can benefit from any updating.
Thank you. And I really appreciate your number 4 regarding random audits. I appreciate the history lesson by Supervisor Ramos. It's really helpful. And the logic of compliance and then audits, because I'm going back and forth thinking, I think we can do both. I think we can wrap up the compliance and also have staff return back a recommendation of audits. I don't really want to delay one for the other, but I understand the progression of that too. So I see the logic and also see how we can do both at some point within staff ability.
Yeah, and just for the benefit of the board and the public, we are targeting September to bring that and
The compliance
Yes,
program,
and
okay.
a handful of other items that came out of our code compliance update a couple months ago.
Thank you. So I actually, I agree with the grand jury both on random audits and also on the winery database, and with those comments included that I've already provided. And I just think our staff is excellent, and I think you've done an excellent job, Director Bordona, with your staff, with your leadership, Mr. Parker, Ryan Patrick. We're very, very lucky, and I can see that culture, and I see the integrity and the dedication and the commitment that comes from that department and the efficiencies. And I really appreciate the public comment in saying that when people are working with that department, that it's friendly, that it's, they can feel the service that's being provided. And that's really, really important. So I want to thank you for that. The last thing I want to say is, again, I just want to thank the grand jury for this report and the staff, both for the commitment and time, and ensuring that the county of Napa continually improves our transparency, and that we're both serving, that we're serving both the applicants and the public with integrity, dignity, and excellence. Looking at our county values, being commitment, collaboration, respect, transparency, sustainability, I see those in action here. I see those in action with this department, but I also know that access to each one of those is key. So we just want to make sure that we provide access to each of those values. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alessio. Supervisor Manfrey, was there anything specifically that you wanted to give feedback about the report?
Well, I mean, I think that I'm glad that this was brought to our attention by the grand jury. Obviously, this conversation is really complicated. It's connected to a whole lot of things that are fundamental to how our community works and the kinds of things we go back and forth over and have gone back and forth over for decades. And, I'm going to go back to my very first comment, which is I wish that this had come to us in a more organized way. This feels like a very disorganized conversation. Other than my previous comments on the winery database, I don't think I have any specific comments on the staff response to this. I do want to interject that I agree this is a point in time kind of look at what's going on, and it didn't really account for the progression that has happened and is, things have actually been changing quite a bit in planning in the last year or so, and I only expect that to continue to be the case. So, to be continued kind of thing. And that I'm looking forward to the September presentation for the compliance program. Thank you for letting us know that's coming. Go on a conceptual level to Supervisor Ramos's comments about the fee structure. It could be argued that planning is working for both the applicant and the public. So I don't know that it's, necessarily, I mean, I don't know. I would have, this is maybe more of a question for council, but that fundamentally that's a question of property rights versus the public trust. And the goal in planning is to strike some kind of balance, right? So that doesn't harm the public trust while still allowing people to exercise their rights. So just a little bit of, furthering that conversation, but that's it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I wanted to give, first of all, thanks to everyone on this board. I think this is a really helpful discussion. I hear your point. There's probably ways it could have been organized better, but I think being able to hear from each person as we absorb the information in the report and reflect out on what we might make referrals to has been really helpful for me. So I will just start. Supervisor Manfrey, I liked that you were saying you had things on 7 different pages. So I'm in that same boat. So I'm going to just go through things slowly. On the database, I think I'll start there. Mr. Bordone, you mentioned that the original purpose of the database was to measure build out of wineries kind of and to make sure we understand how it's tracking our general plan, and that the winery development has underpaced what we initially thought in the general plan, and also wineries' needs have changed given from that general plan. So winery needs we know are different today than they were. DTC is so much more important to wineries and things like that. So anyway, and I think for me when I was a planning commissioner, that document was very helpful. Like you said, it's not the be all end all. It's in fact only one set of data points, and we know that many of them are outdated, but I found it to be useful, and I think the public found it to be useful in just understanding some of what very approximately is out there. And if nothing else, you see say a visitation number and you think, oh my gosh, maybe that visitation number looks large, and then you realize that visitation number is actually 20 visitors a day or something like that. So I think it's a way to have a set of numbers, and it helps us connect what entitlements look like on the ground, right? We might see a number and think that number seems high in the abstract, but the impact that it has on the ground is not as scary as that number indicates. So to me, I found that to be very helpful as a planning commissioner. As you said, it's not the thing to make a decision based on, because numbers could be outdated, and we have a lot of other information in those applications that's more relevant. But I wanted to share that perspective. And so whether we, and Supervisor Manfrey's point about if we have data as a public agency, what is our obligation to share it? And if we're sharing it, we should be sharing it in a way that is as organized and as asterisked as possible, right? One of the things to me that would be helpful if we ever produce, some kind of comparison chart, I think a column that would be important is this data is from 1981 or this data is from 2007, right? Because a lot of the records that we have are, date from there. So if we knew that a file hadn't been updated since the 80s, we know we're going to take that with the appropriate grain of salt, if you will. So I'm interested in how we can, and again, this is a referral, to ask the staff to continue to look at ways that we can make this database something useful. This point about how many hours it takes is challenging, but I will say if the alternative is a PRA, that is a huge cost, right? And so I would really hesitate to say, the database is expensive because we know PRAs are costly across the organization. So continuing to look at options there, I think, is one referral I would make. Again, I want to, and I think the board has said this already, echo the importance of the grand jury as a really useful community partner in raising issues. And I'm glad that we've been able to have this discussion. The other comment that I wanted to make, well, first of all, wrapping up the discussion about a database, I'd be interested in staff helping us understand, would it be more appropriate to have a database conversation be referred back to the board or to the planning commission to understand, what their input on it too. Good morning, Ms. Bratton.
Good morning. If I can make a recommendation, and that is for purposes of the response to the grand jury report, we're limited by penal code section of what our responses, our overall response can be to any recommendation. There's 4 options. So what I'm hearing, there's at least 3 of you interested in looking at the database and options. So we would change that response to this requires further analysis. And then the referral, you know, the CEO's office can work with planning on bringing back an agenda item later to talk about options.
That's really helpful. Thank you. And one of the things I just wanted to echo that you mentioned, Ms. Bratton, is that for the public to understand that there are 4 kind of responses. And so one of, I believe it was Ms. Damery made the comment that part of the responses sounded dismissive. And some of that is because it's statutory language that we have those 4 options to use. So, but I think it's also important that we, in responding, are acknowledging the work and the effort that goes into the grand jury. So, okay, so that's helpful on the database issue. Also, on the question of the audits, you know, Supervisor Ramos, I appreciate the perspective of APAC. And I think to all of us, that should be a reminder that folks almost a decade ago were asking the same questions that were being asked today. So these are good ongoing conversations. One of the things for me with the audit and compliance is to make the question a little more broad, which is in general, how do we ensure compliance of our winery partners? And it's really important that we understand the perspective of industry in making a plan that way too. So, you know, I know talking to people who went through the audit process, it often felt punitive, like, oh, I drew the short straw, you know, which is kind of the nature of an audit. So would an annual compliance requirement make it easier? Would that just spread pain to more people? I don't know. But I think the important thing for me in making this referral for something to come back is to make sure that we are getting input from industry partners. And I know in general, we've been asking, you know, industry groups to come to us with a unified voice with recommendations for streamlining some of our permit application processes. So I'd love to include in that conversation, hey, how do we make sure that everyone is following the rules? So I think that would be a good shared conversation. And I think that I heard multiple supervisors interested in that referral as well. So Ms. Bratton, would you see an item in the report where we would want to also say should require further analysis?
Yeah, currently it does say that under R4,
so we're covered there and can make that referral appropriately. So, Mr. Bordona, do you feel like you have enough direction on the scope of that particular item, the audit/compliance question?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you ready to be done, Mr. Bordona?
I think between the 7 of us up here taking notes and I can review the video, I'm confident that I've captured all directives.
Terrific. All right. I think that's all the comments I had at this point. And I would end with something that I think has already been articulated, but really grateful to the planning staff. I know the planning department is more open and transparent and responsive than it has been for years. And so thank you for all of that work. And I think we're trending in the right direction. So with that, I will ask for a motion from the board to perhaps approve as amended. And then we will, what we'll want to do is to ask for it to come back at a future agenda item.
So moved.
Okay.
If I can just go ahead and make a motion. That we make a recommendation, that we bring this back to future board
I'm
meeting.
looking to the Ms. Bratton.
Or final.
Or Ms. Craig. Yeah.
Or final report, final response.
You can make a motion, or, I mean, I think that was clear also from the discussion today that we'll bring it back. I don't know if you want to bring it back on consent or if you want to have it on the admin agenda.
I think on consent would be fine, but I do think, and I'm getting my senior colleagues here are saying no. Let me just kind of express, we've shared a lot of information, a lot of perspectives. And as Supervisor Manfrey said, it's basically a draft that we had a lot of input on. And I trust staff, but I haven't read it. So it's hard for me to approve something that I actually haven't reviewed and read. That's why I said I don't think we need to open this up and start all over again. If we put this on an administrative report, and if we put it on consent and there's issues, I guess somebody can pull it. But it's one way we can see the report and know that we're comfortable with it and can go ahead and approve it without it being another administrative item outside of the referrals that we've made. So that was my thinking behind that motion.
Okay, I'm happy to entertain that motion. Supervisor Ramos, would you like to second or amend?
Thank you. Just as more of a point of discussion before we get to an actual motion. Last year, I did ask staff that all grand jury items come as administrative items, and there were a majority of us that agreed that grand jury items need to come as administrative items. I did a look back to try and figure out when this changed. I know when I was previously chair, I would receive an email from the grand jury foreman asking me to acknowledge receipt of the form. I would send it to county council, and then it would come to the board on consent as a receive and file. Then we would direct for responses, and grand jury responses would always come back as drafts on administrative items. Somehow this has changed, and I will say I, for one, am concerned because I found out about the report by reading about it in the newspaper. Our staff, nor did the grand jury, ever provide the actual report, at least to me. I don't know about my colleagues. I read about it in the newspaper. I think that this discussion, certainly, I will say, planning at PBS, your department, Mr. Bordona, takes about 80% of our time, and it's probably about 10 or 15% of the actual work that this county does. But it's a great opportunity for us to see here that in order to truly value this process that we do have from the grand jury, it's important for it to be before us. And I do not believe that a grand jury response should ever live on consent. I believe that receiving the report needs to come as a separate item first to this board. And that can be on consent, just a receive and file, here's the report. Because I'm very concerned that I'm reading about reports in the newspaper and having to go onto the Superior Court's website to find them. So whatever change happened, and best I could see was in 2023, that change happened. I'd like us to go back to 2023's protocols and to do it as a two-step process, because that does in fact give us the opportunity to express concerns, to provide direction to staff in the drafting of those responses. Because as the responses live right now, they came to us intended as draft with no input from this board. So I personally would love for us to, and I would ask for my colleagues' indulgence, every single grand jury response comes as an administrative item. If it is simply the receive and file of the report, I'm comfortable with that being on consent. But I do not want to be in a position of having to pull an item, because that sends a message that it was improperly placed on consent.
Thank you, Supervisor Ramos. So at this point, we have a motion to have the item come back to us on consent. Supervisor Manfrey.
I'm just going to echo Supervisor Ramos's comments. I'm concerned that we'll get into this same situation again in a future week if we put this on consent. So I'd much prefer to see it as an administrative item.
All right. Okay, so with that, I will ask, actually, Supervisor Alessio, would you consider amending your motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Be happy to. I make a motion that we bring this back as an administrative item.
I will second that motion. I will also say I can see having done it via consent, but I agree that if it's going to be polled again, we should keep it on an administrative item. And I agree that in the future, having these come as administrative items, I think I'm hearing that loud and clear from all my colleagues. So
Yes.
with that, we have a second and a motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We are going to take a 10-minute break until 11:22. Welcome back, everyone, to our June 29th Board of Supervisors meeting. And we are now moving on to our next agenda item, which is item 8A. And good morning, assessors team.
Thank you, Chair Cottrell and members of the board. I wanted to point out that I think this is the first time in my 38 and a half years as county assessor that I've had an opportunity, thanks to Supervisor Ramos, to come and give you a short presentation about what we do. We are an important part, as you know, of your discretionary revenue. We're running between 75 and 80% comes from the property tax, and between Auditor Controller Schultze and Treasurer Tax Collector Bob Minahan, we are a department that works together, and you'll see that in a minute with my presentation. Just briefly, as the county assessor, I'm charged by the California Constitution and the statutes to locate and value all property in the county. At the beginning of time, back in the 1800s, everything was subject to property tax. Bank accounts, stocks and bonds, livestock, household furnishings, and that shrunk over time. Business inventory was also subject to property tax. We're now down to, thanks to Proposition 13, essentially two categories that we do. The real property, which consists of land and improvements. And when we talk about locating real property, that simply means that we have maps. You don't move land around. Improvements can move, especially when they're manufactured homes, but land doesn't move. And so all of the land in Napa County is assigned an assessor parcel number, whether it's owned by the private sector or whether it's a public piece of property. And that's how we locate real property. Locating business property is a little trickier because it does move around. Business property primarily, it consists of boats, which local assessors assess, aircraft, not all aircraft. The big commercial airlines pay an assessment, but they're not assessed directly on their aircraft. It's a different system, and since we don't currently have a airport with scheduled commercial routes, we don't get into that area. But general aviation aircraft, including some jets that can be up to $60 million in value, are assessed. And then finally, the equipment that companies own, their computers, if they're a catering company, their kitchen equipment, if they're a winery, their tanks, not their barrels, they're exempt. But those kinds of equipment, and to locate those, we ask people to report to us. So vessel owners are asked to submit a report. Aircraft owners are asked to submit a report. We also get reports from the marinas and the airports as to who's based there, because it's where the aircraft and the boat was located on January 1st of each year that makes it accessible to that county. That's called its situs on the lien date. So with that, that's essentially what we do. And then valuing it, we have two teams. I've got our real property team here today because that's the major proportion of the value of the assessment roll. I can talk about that briefly when we get to that slide. But the personal or business property side is probably less than 10% of the total assessment roll. There's one more assessment roll that this local assessor and no county assessor has anything to do with, and that's the utility roll. That's made up of PG&E and what used to be Pac-Bell, now AT&T, and cell companies and railroads, and things that are across county boundaries, pipelines and those kinds of things. And those are assessed by the State Board of Equalization. And they prepare a utility roll. Now, the point is all the dollars flowing from the utility roll, just like local property tax dollars, come to the counties and are divided in the same way, I believe. Auditor Controller Schultz, you can correct me, but those funds that are generated by the state assessments come to the county. They don't go to the state of California. They are local property taxes but are assessed by the State Board of Equalization, and that's the utility roll. And again, it's a very small part of our total assessment roll. probably less than 10% also. So the main part, and what we want to spend some time on with you today when we talk about the assessment role, is the real property side. And I have with me Jennifer Tydinko, who's our chief appraiser, and Tim Eggers, who's our supervising appraiser. And we have a staff of 9 certified. I'm certified as well, although I don't do appraisals. I let the people who know what they're doing do appraisals. And our 9 certified appraisers, and then on our business property side, our 3 certified auditor appraisers make all the valuations that come together to be the assessment role. So just briefly, and I'm happy to be interrupted if you have a question. Is anything I say as I go along. Let me just refer to the presentation we have. So I just covered the first box, which is the assessor prepares the assessment roll on June 30th of every year. And thanks to these 2 people in our team, we've been on time for many years, which is good. On June 30th, we turn the assessment roll over to Auditor Controller Schulze's team to create the tax roll. And if you want to get into that, that's a separate presentation. I'm just showing you how this turns into the money that you and the cities and the school districts and the special districts get. I'm the valuation person, I'm not the revenue person, and I'll mention that in a minute. Once the auditor controller has created the tax roll, she in turn turns it over to the tax collector. And that usually happens in mid-September, and at that point, the tax bills are available and out there for people to see, and they can start paying them. And then the tax collector, of course, collects the property taxes. That's why he's called the tax collector. Once the funds are back in the county, and remember, these are not all county funds. It would be nice if they were, but because of Proposition 13, they are split up in a new way than they were before 1978. They are split up under a very complex system that, if you're interested in, Auditor Controller Schulze can tell you about. But the Auditor Controller then takes the money that the tax collector has collected and distributes it to the county, to the cities, to the school districts, following the laws there. So I just wanted you to see from how we start with the assessment to where the revenues actually begin to flow to provide the public service that we're all charged to provide. So with that, if we can change to the next slide, which is the actual assessment roll. It's small print. I'm just going to go over it very briefly. I don't mean to take a great deal of time, but as you can see, and we're talking about land, improvements, personal property, which is I also refer to as business property. Those are the 3 components which add up to our $57.479 billion roll. And I do want to point out that we're the 4th highest assessed value per capita in the state of California, just behind Marin, San Francisco, San Mateo, and then us, and we're ahead of Santa Clara. Interestingly enough, the top 5 are all in the Bay Area, which is a reflection of what a wonderful place the Bay Area is to live. So that's our assessment role. There are exemptions which people are qualified for. There's welfare exemptions, religious exemptions, church exemptions, homeowners exemption, which is a state constitutional exemption, and we get the money back for that, so we don't subtract it from the assessment roll. We show it, but we add it back in because the state we keep that money, they send it back to us, essentially. So that exemption does not, the person doesn't pay it, but the state refunds it to us, essentially. And then those are the exemptions. Our exemptions without the homeowners total almost $2 billion, and the homeowners is $143 million. So we're over $2 billion in exemptions. Just to give you one example, the Kaiser Data Center, which I shouldn't say where it's located, but somewhere in Napa County, is a $200 million assessment, and it's exempt. So that's almost right in one property, 10% of the total exemptions for the county. And that's fine. I mean, it's exempt because it's part of a hospital system. It's providing health care. And the whole point of exemptions, just to go over it, is that the idea of an exemption is if these entities, the nonprofits, the healthcare system, and those entities were not doing it, we'd be doing it. We'd be paying to do that. And so the idea is to exempt them from paying property taxes, to recognize that they're providing a supportive public service for the county. And then if you go down on that list, we show the assessed value broken up by, I have this also by the schools, but I figured this was more relevant to this discussion with our municipalities. So we have our municipalities, the city of Napa, the city of Merritt Canyon, city of St. Helena, city of Calistoga, and the town of Yountville. They're listed in order of their assessed value, not in their geographic or alphabetical order. And then finally, the unincorporated area of the county, which is the largest of any of those at almost $28 billion. So almost exactly half of the assessed value is out in the unincorporated areas. That's between the wineries that are in unincorporated areas, the big industrial parks still at the airport that are not part of American Canyon. So that's a large part of our assessment role. And we're going to get into the weeds a little bit on one of those, which is the town of Yountville. But let me just go back to the next slide if I could. So my job as the county assessor is to be fair. I'm not a revenue agent. I don't care if the assessment's high or low as long as it's fair and correct. And therefore, when Prop 13 passed in 1978, it required a 2% inflationary adjustment, no greater than that, every year to help make up for the fact that the flow of funds had been substantially changed to local entities, including the schools. But at that time, there was no trigger mechanism if values went down. So in 1979, the legislature passed and put before the voters a proposition that's known as Prop 8, which allows the assessor to reduce values when it's no longer the fair market value. So my test of what's fair is mostly, it's done by the comparable sales method, which is what would that property bring in the open market with a willing buyer and a willing seller, neither of whom could take advantage of the other. That's the fair market value. The market sets that value. I don't set that value. The seller doesn't. The seller may try and set the value, but if they don't get a buyer, that buyer value is not going to be there. So that's how we arrive in most parts. Mr. Eggers, when we get to hotels, there's a separate session, way of appraising property known as the income approach, and then finally there's the cost approach. What would it cost to replace that building? Very little cost approach work is done. That's only for very strange things like a veterinary building. A veterinary building is very special. It's built just for vets. Nobody else would use it. And there's no market in veterinary buildings. I bet you a veterinary building hasn't sold in Napa County. Well, there have been a couple, but over the 38 years, there have been maybe 3 sales. So in that case, we look at what it costs to build that building, the special attributes it has. That's about the only time we use the cost approach. It's always there as a check, but we don't use it. So to get back to declines in value, the big decline in your lifetimes was in 2008, which was the Great Recession. And at that point, we began reducing properties, and we reduced 12,000 properties. Some properties in American Canyon that just been building incredibly after incorporation in '92, and then it really took off in 2002. They were right in the middle of the bubble. And by 2009, we had reduced some properties by 50%. That's how bad it was. And so American Canyon, the city of Napa, that was primarily residential properties that took the hit because the market collapsed and there were lots of foreclosures. The whole type of real estate market that we had was totally turned on its head. There have been earlier ones. Back in 2000, there was the dot-com boom. There was some problems in the late 80s. when interest rates suddenly went to 21%. 6 sounds bad, but think about 21. So we now have the right to take property down to recognize that its value has dropped below what its Prop 13 base year value was. And while there's a 2% limit going up, there's no limit going down. As I said, we didn't take those properties in American Canyon down 25 years at 2%. We took them down in 2 years, 50%. And by the same token, when somebody's in a decline in value status, we can bring them back faster. If the market suddenly turned around on a dime, we could put that 50% back on that home in American Canyon. We didn't. It took us from 2010, when we hit the bottom, until really 2019, when we came really fully out of that Great Recession, to bring it back. So we took it down as quickly as needed. We brought it back, tracking the market, but it was a much more gradual coming back. So the reason I wanted to raise this Prop 8 with you is just to go over it very briefly, is that it's had an impact on the town of Yountville this year. We have a different atmosphere of Prop 8. So at one point I told you we had 12,000 properties in a decline in value status. I would say 11,000 of those were single-family residences. We now have 924 properties in a decline in value status. And that's quite a drop because the market has recovered, although it's having its issues at the moment. And a larger percentage of those 924, they're still mostly homes, but as a percentage, there's more of them that are commercial and industrial properties. And so primarily with the headwinds that we're seeing in the tourism related to winery and grape growing, that has what's caused this. And so we had been going steadily down. I didn't give you the whole list from 2010, but in 2024, which is the top of this chart, there was a almost $394 million of assessed value that weren't there because the properties had declined in value. That's how much, if it had been at their Prop 13 value, we would have collected and didn't. This year, for the first time since 2010, that number went up from 394 million to almost 528 million. And that's because either we put new properties, mostly hotels and big commercial properties like warehouses, et cetera, in a decline in value status, or we reduce the value even more. Their decline became steeper. And that's sort of what happened. And if you look at Yountville, in 2024, they're the last line there, 1.17% of the properties in Yountville were in a decline in value. And most of those were not single-family residences. There are very few homes in Yountville that are in a decline in value status. But if you look in 2025, they jumped up to 7.13% of their properties are in a decline in value, or of their value is, not properties. And that's primarily, they jumped from 16 million decline in 2024 to a $96 million decline, so an 80 million hit to their assessment roll. If the declines had not increased, the town of Yountville would have gone up by $40 million, or almost 3%. But because there was a bigger decline, they actually went down by 3%. That's the first time now, I do want to say Napa County as a whole, even at the worst, in 2010, of the 58 counties, only 7 counties had a positive assessment roll. The other 51, all their total assessment roll went down. That's how bad the Great Recession was. For us, we barely squeaked out in 2010. We had a $15 million increase on a $30 billion roll. So there are a lot of zeros in front of that 1%. And we stayed whole. We never went negative like 51 of my colleagues did. But this is the first time I've seen a community go negative. American Canyon went negative. A lot of the cities went, and American Canyon went severely negative in 2010. I think they were down like 11%, their assessment roll, because of the declines in value. But since then, this is the first time where the town of Yountville has taken a hit, and it's primarily because of what's happening out there in the hospitality and wine industry. So with that, that sort of covers what I was going to present to you, and I'm happy for you to take over, and Ms. Tydenko and Mr. Eggers are available to answer questions that I don't feel comfortable having the absolute expertise to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Tudor and Ms. Tydenko and Mr. Eggers. Thank you for being here. That was really helpful, and I appreciate the walkthrough. And I will now turn to my colleagues to find out if there are questions. Supervisor Ramos, do you have questions?
Yes, and I'm trying to. Yes, but I'm trying to organize them.
Okay,
I'd be
great.
happy to let
I'm
someone
going to
else go
turn
first.
to Supervisor Alessio because her light is on. So we'll go to Supervisor Alessio and then Supervisor Manfree.
Thank you for that history lesson. That was fascinating. We need to report. We need to archive that. That was great. I really appreciate it. So in terms of Prop 13, and you shared without giving us really the exact breakdown. And I'm not sure this might be our auditor controller that could answer this, but how much of that actually returns and stays with the county of Napa?
Well, I'm going to just throw out a number that's been around there. Becky Craig could answer it as well as I could, but we're in the 17% of the total. Somewhere
So 17 cents on the dollar?
Yes.
Okay, thank
About.
you. Okay. Yeah, I think that's really interesting in terms of, do you happen to know what the school district gets?
It's closer to 50.
Closer to 50%.
If not over 50.
Because when you look at the breakdown of how that's all shared, it's kind of like eye-opening. It's like, wow, I had no idea that it gets so far distributed on certain things. So that's good to keep in mind, that we only receive, the county doesn't live on people's property taxes. It is shared, and we receive 17 cents on the dollar. So I think that's important. The other is... This is kind of a hot question. So I've always been curious, and I think you and I have had this discussion in the past, is how this, for non-full-time residents, second, third home owners, and how we can track and potentially look at the assessment increase, decrease, the impact it has on communities. I don't know if this is factual, but there's a very high percentage we know that are non-full-time residents in St. Helena, for instance. I would assume Yountville is the same way, especially since they had a closer school, is probably the same way. We know the unincorporated area has a significant amount of non-full-time residential homes. Some say that, well, we receive the property tax on it, so there's the public benefit on that. Others say, well, that's a resource, like any other resource, housing resource, water resource. There's a finite amount that we have for our community, to keep it a community and for people to actually live and raise families and retire here. Is there any way that you've seen other, because we don't track it here, and I don't know if there's a mechanism to track that here, but are other counties tracking that, and is there a difference in terms of the assessment value on those and the tax that goes back to the public?
Well, let me just,
process?
That's a great question, and my answer is the assessor, none of my assessor colleagues, I believe, can track what is the difference between a rental property, which is providing housing for the community, and a second home or a vacation home, which is not providing housing. It's empty most of the time unless the people are here. We can't track that. There's no way to know that, because if people don't have a homeowner's exemption, 25% of people who are entitled to it would mean you own and occupy, you have to occupy it. 25% of the people don't even know to apply for it. I've become very popular over the 38 years by saying, oh, you don't have your homeowner's exemption. I just did it to a member of Ms. Bratton's staff when we met. I looked up and, oh, you don't have her homeowners. So that doesn't work. Secondly, the fact that the mailing address is different doesn't work. You know, you have a situs address, which is your street name, and then you have a mailing address. That doesn't work. P.O. boxes are not a sign that it's a second home. It could be a rental. The people could live here in Napa County and rent out that home to people we need to be able to provide rental space for. So we can't do it. Interestingly enough, Supervisor Alessio, I just stumbled across a study that's done by the real estate industry. And it's not necessarily second homes. This is investors. And they said 26%, this is nationally, of all transactions recently have been investors, which is a very high percentage. The whole market for real estate and residential real estate has changed from just, you know, you got married and you put together a down payment, or in Napa County, your parents gave you the down payment, or they bought a house that they can give you so you can come back. So that was a huge shock to me. And there is a list by county of how many are investor owned. Now, investor doesn't mean second. I couldn't get to it. I sent it, I think, to my colleagues, and they haven't been able to get through, and I sent it to our real estate community. That doesn't mean they're all second homes. Many of those are people buying homes to rent to others, which is part of our housing stock. So it's not but there is no break for someone as a second home. They pay the same property tax on the same equitable basis as everyone else.
Thank you.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
that. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Supervisor Manfree.
Okay, I'm still kind of processing all this too. This is really helpful. It's a lot of information. Thank you, Mr. Tudor, for being here to share this with us. So I have kind of a more procedural question. It looks like we're just receiving a report. Do we vote on this? Like, is this is just for transparency?
This is exactly, and just to
Okay.
help us understand more about where
Okay.
we are.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just like, when I was looking at this, I was kind of like, why? You know, this is, you're another elected official. I'm like, what? This is a little bit different than getting something from staff. So, yeah, so thank you. It was brought to my attention that a lot of the value in Yountville is tied to a particular property owner, and it's an entity that owns numerous properties that have had very high valuations. And I guess it's just more of a question. Do you want to? Is there anything you have to say specifically about that? And then I'll see if I have follow-up questions.
Yes, so we had one major investor buy most of downtown Yountville in a single transaction. And the amount of money that was paid, we enrolled, which was very high. That investor has now filed assessment appeals with the Assessment Appeals Board that Ms. Tydinko will represent us before with Mr. Eggers when the time comes, asking for half of what we enrolled. Well, we don't think that's right. And we're talking from $365 million, $365 million down to $180 million. So it's a big change. Those appeals are all on hold because there's a court case about, and they're all hotels. These are all hospitality, except for one. They're all on hold because there's a court case in Los Angeles that will make a huge difference in how we assess hotel properties. It has to do with intangibles, which I won't get into, but a court in LA upheld an assessor using one method, and that's been appealed to the California Supreme Court, so the other side is hoping they'll win, and if they do, it will change to some extent, not drastically. It's not going to go from 365 to 100 million, but it's going to make a difference in how we would defend our value before the Assessment Appeals Board. So yes, these are mostly big properties that have taken a hit because of what's happened, and mostly recently purchased properties. I mean, hotels that have been here like Silverado Resort, they've sold in the not too distant past, but they still have an older Prop 13 base year value, so the impact of change in their occupancy and room rates and those kinds of things are not as evidence as somebody who just bought at a very high price, maybe higher than the market will see for a while. So yes, the answer to your question, Supervisor Manfree, there are only a few properties that are causing this, and that's the primary one. By the way, almost all of our hotels in the county have appealed just because it's a standard practice in large properties that are based on the income approach. So all of those appeals are currently on hold because of this court case, and it'll be could be years, hopefully not too many years, before it's resolved. In the interim, as I said earlier, my job is to be fair. And if we see things impacting the economics of a hotel, we are going to do a proactive reduction. We're going to do that in spite of there being an appeal out there. If we think, oh my God, in today's environment, $365 million is too high. In today's environment, might not have been when they bought it, right? We'll make that adjustment. So we've made some proactive adjustments, and one of those is this, and it's not all on that one property, but most of it is. There's one other that took the hit as well.
Okay, and then I'm just trying to wrap my head around the proportional nature of this, and so would you say that this is more apparent in Yountville because this is because it's a relatively tiny little community anyway, versus because it seems to me like there's also a lot of hotels in Napa at this point. There's quite a few hotels and resorts in Calistoga city limits, and there are a few in St. Helena. But like, why would Yountville be a standout? Is kind of my question.
Well, the easy answer is the city of Napa has a $16 billion assessment roll. The town of Yountville has a $1,352 million assessment roll. So a $365 million property in a community that has a less than $2 billion, less than $1.5 billion. That's why it's having an impact. Calistoga also had a high increase because they've got some big new resorts that have come on. And we've looked at those resorts, and we may or will in the future make adjustments to them. But again, the Calistoga assessment roll is not that much bigger than Yountville's. It's almost $2 billion instead of $1.5 billion. But they've had this large increase recently because of new construction. There hasn't been any real new big construction in Yountville for quite a while. But we have one huge resort that was built, the Four Seasons, on the east side of town, and then there's another big resort that's under construction on the west side of town up in the hills. So that's sort of what caused it. It's nothing to do with the community itself. It's their size and what's going on around them.
Okay, and then I have a couple more questions. So if this is tied up in court, and that means that the valuations may not be final and the revenue that's being collected may not be the revenue we actually have, like what happens at the revenue management and like dispersing those funds out to actually be used? Like how does this cascade through the process?
So because you file an appeal doesn't let you not pay your taxes. This board, just before I think maybe Supervisors Gallagher and Cottrell were on the board, but not very long ago, you passed some code sections, which are by county option, to allow somebody with a large appeal like this to pay only 80% of their property taxes. And again, that's Tax Collector Minahan who can speak to that. Those funds are distributed just like 100% are to someone else. If they win an appeal and there's a substantial reduction, they'll get refunds. And those refunds will offset in future years, but it doesn't go back. I mean, there may be years of refunds, but they all happen in that year going forward. And again, that's Auditor Controller Schulze and Tax Collector Minahan's responsibility to see how that goes. In the case, just to give you an example, in the case of the Kaiser Data Center, they went back 4 years, and we took almost $900 million off the assessment roll over those 4 years, and that was a substantial hit in terms of revenues. When those refunds began cascading through the revenue system with Auditor Controller Schulze, one school district actually took a hit in their revenue by $30,000. I think they had to lay a teacher off. That was one time, not going to happen again. And we were correct. They asked us to review it. When they asked us, we reviewed it, and if they are eligible for the exemption, they get it. That's, again, as I said, my job's to be fair and not to worry about what happens by the consequence of being fair.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Minahan or Mrs. Chelsea, would either of you like to comment on your end of the process?
I'm Minahan, Napa County Treasurer Tax Collector. Because the 80% doesn't allow us to pay a full bill, we cannot distribute those funds. So we hold it in trust until it's settled at the Assessment Appeals Board level. Once that is determined, it allows us to pay the bill in full, and it will then be distributed out to the taxing agencies in Napa County.
Great, thank you. I've gotten the other impression. So they are being held.
Okay.
But that's the only entity who's doing the 80%. All of the other appeals are paying their full tax bill, as far as I know. I only know of the one that asked to do it, and those are being distributed.
Okay, thank you for just, I don't know how you have all that information in your head to repeat an earlier comment. But that's really informative, thank you. And then my last question is a little bit of a change of subject. I'm just wondering if you're seeing are you noticing any changes from Prop 19 coming into effect yet, or is it just very slow to trickle in with its effects?
All right, so Proposition 19, for the benefit of the rest of the board, had two things that first of all, it wiped out most of the parent-to-child exclusion. In the past, if you owned a rental property and you passed it on to your child, you could be excluded from reassessment under what was known as Prop 58. Now, the only way the parent-to-child works is if you live in the house and one of your children moves in. And that's shrunk it greatly. So right away, and Chief Appraiser Tydinko can help me here, but we have probably 400 more reassessments a year now than we did before, because all those homes that would have been parent-to-child aren't. And that's caused a workload impact. Thank goodness we've kept on top of it because of our great team. But so Prop 19, on the whole, we are losing because somebody brings the other part of Prop 19 is you can bring your base year value to Napa, your Prop 13 value from anywhere else in California, and you can do it 3 times. And if you're a couple, you can do it 6 times between the 3 of you. So we are negative overall, but we're not counting the positive of those 400s because we're only looking at what Prop 19 did, because we can't be sure that those 400 are a result of Prop 19. We don't know they're parent-to-child. We just know we're not seeing that many parent-to-child exclusions asked for. So we're slightly negative overall. And Prop 19 was supposed to have some money to come back to the counties. We don't think that's ever going to happen. We have this complex reporting we have to do through, I don't, but I provide the data to Auditor Controller Schultze, and she reports it to the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration. Nobody knows what they're doing with that, and there's probably no real prospect that any funds will ever flow from it. But that's sort of the Prop 19 impact. The primary impact's been workload. Rather than impact on our revenue.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Supervisor Manfree. Supervisor Ramos.
Thank you so much, and thank you to the Assessor's Office for coming here and giving us a greater explanation. I think it's incredibly helpful for us to understand the beginning part of where we eventually, all funds in, get to spend $967 million here at the County of Napa for fiscal year 25-26. Just by way of reference, if we add fire, library, and county, we get 22%, and the school districts are getting over 60% in Napa County. But notwithstanding that, I think one of the interesting parts of this role where we receive this information and we make decisions for the county. I almost want to say there's like 3 counties. There's like county like double C, like big C, everybody. And then there's the county unincorporated. and this is affecting also the jurisdictions and how we are going about this. So I wanted to ask, I appreciate Supervisor Manfree's questions, and I wanted to ask a couple of questions in relationship to Prop 8, and knowing that how many of these property, you said that one, it was Boardwalk. I see that they're based in Costa Mesa. And their website, it says that they have the estate and the Restoration Hardware properties, but how many properties total do they own in Yountville?
I think we have 7, is that right? When they have 7 separate parcels.
And all of those received a Prop 8 reduction?
No, only 6 did.
Okay.
The one is a vacant land and didn't deserve a Prop 8.
And these were what is their factored base year? What is their year of sale? That was the estate, that was the one that imploded in sale 2021, 2022?
21.
And how much was the decrease, the Prop 8 decrease that was made on these properties?
71 million approximately.
Like percentage wise?
15%, perhaps 12 to 15%.
Okay. And how was that? Can you explain? I guess I'm more interested in understanding the methodology of how you arrive at this 15% reduction, given that the base year is only 3 years back. How does that happen?
Hello again, Tim Eggers, Supervising Appraiser. I've also been reviewing the hotel valuations for the past close to 8 years now, and have been reviewing commercial properties in Napa for 12 years. I've been a fee appraiser before that for totaling over 30 years. Regarding the hotel valuations and what's been happening, if you read some of the hotel news and information going on right now, even though they only purchased a few years ago, back then the expectations for the investors were different than they are now. The cost, when we talk about the income approach, so let me go back a step and talk about the income approach, which is when you buy large commercial properties, you're buying them for what your anticipated return is going to be. So breaking that down, you have the anticipated gross income, and then you subtract from that all expenses from that, and then you come up with your net income. How much are we going to make a year? And there was an anticipation back when they purchased that any investor would have had. And then the final component is you have what's called an overall rate, or the cap rate, basically, but the overall rate, which is the expected return an investor, when they purchase a property, would be expecting. So when they purchase the property, the income component has not changed significantly. What people expect to receive is gross income from that. However, the expenses, the utilities, the cost of labor, the cost of materials have all increased. So you have stable income at best, you have expenses increasing, and then you have the final component, which is this overall rate. What are the investors expecting? And what has been happening is, and you can see it in the papers, where you have the main component being that the interest rates have increased significantly since then. So the cost of money for them to be able to buy those hotels has gone up. So all of these factors put together cause it to sit there and say, hey, if we're trying to sell this today, would the investor pay the same amount? No, they wouldn't, because you have less net income and you have a higher expected return. And so by reviewing the data they provided, as well as the market data in 2025, we determined that it was worth making an adjustment to this property.
And Supervisor Ramos, this is not just Yountville. We've made adjustments in American Canyon. We've made adjustments in the city of Napa. We've made adjustments in other communities that have hotel properties. And just to get back on the rate of return, the easiest way to think about that is if you put 100,000 in a CD, you're going to get 4%. You hope if you're going to put 100,000 in stocks, you're going to get 8%. And if you're lucky and you want to put it in real estate, you may think, as Tim was saying, you're going to get 10%. Well, now you're only, because of all the factors he said, you may only be getting 7%. So when you multiply 7% the other way around, it doesn't support what you paid for the property several years ago.
So understanding, if it's 67 million reduction came from this one ownership investor group, what were the other properties? What were the types of other properties in Yountville? I guess,
The main one was another hotel, the Hotel Yountville. There was also an adjustment to their value.
Okay. And that was also initiated by ownership?
No, we initiated the Prop 8. They're also under appeal, but that it doesn't take an appeal to get my attention or our staff's attention. We're supposed to look at properties that we think the market may be affecting, whether they appealed or not.
Are there any hotels you thought did not warrant a decrease?
Oh, yeah, many of them that have been there for a long time, even ones like the Andaz or Archer, which are in downtown Napa. I'm not sure if they got a decrease or not. Some of the long-standing hotels in American Canyon didn't get an increase because they have a very low Prop 13 base year value. We're comparing the current market value to their base year value, and if market value drops below, we reduce it. If they have an older base year value, they may not get a reduction, and don't deserve one.
So of the hospitality of the hotel properties that were reduced, what were those base years looking like? Are most of them in the 21, 22 sales area?
Yeah, Jennifer Tidinko, Chief Appraiser, Napa County Assessor's Office. I work on most of the appeals and settling and reviewing all the data coming in for all the properties in the county. So in our review process, what I have noticed is a lot of the transactions, commercial property transactions that occurred from, I would say, 21 and 22 are kind of, there's this period of time in which investors were paying a lot of money. And it's we're really limited on a handful of properties that exchanged hands during those times where the investors paid a premium. And then there was a switch when the interest rates started going up, inching up in 23, that we've started to see things that it leveled out and then just slight declines. There's a handful of properties throughout the county that had exchanged hands during that period of time that we have I've worked on for appeals, in which I've analyzed all the data, and it does indicate that there has been a slight change from what they had originally paid. And then you add the 2% plus 2% plus 2% on top of that, and now we're overvalued. And so in those, it's not a huge number of properties throughout the county, but there are a handful that we've been monitoring, that we have, that they've had successful appeals in, that we've come to a stipulated value. And then what I've noticed is like that we've had some of the properties that we first recognized in, say, 2024 as a reduced status. And then again in 25, we have another appeal, and I'm analyzing the data, and I'm seeing it's just it's small additional decrease from the 24 value to 25. We have just over here, and we can't get into the specifics of each individual deal, but what is it, Napa Square right there, and I look because I can literally see the building right out there that had a change of ownership during that period of time that is also on a reduced status. And each year we've analyzed it, it's been an additional decrease in between the subsequent years. Not a whole lot of them, but in general, that's what we're seeing, is that we're limited to late 21 to all of 22, and then kind of leveled out in 23. So most of the transactions after, say, mid-23, we're not seeing a necessity for a decrease. It's just that 21 and 22 transfers in general. They didn't keep up with the inflation.
Thank you. And Prop 8 allows you to look back 1 year,
Yes.
and you can go back to the factored year basis in the following year, the base value of the Prop 13 value.
It continues to go up in the background by 2%, and that's when we restore. So like the homes in American Canyon, they had a factored base year of 500,000. We reduced them to 250. By the time we brought them back 8 years later, that 500,000 had gone up 2%. So now it's 580,000. So when they came back to that factored base year value as it had progressed. One last thing, we had some huge warehouses in American Canyon that actually sold for a lot less within 2 years of when they purchased. So that's the kind of clear evidence that what we're doing with the reductions in this area are justified.
So what happens if a property in that circumstance, when the sales price is so much lower, pennies on the dollar of what the prior was, and what if it was a buddy-to-buddy sale? How do you account for an overly deflated sales price?
Well, I'll let Jennifer respond to that, but in this case, they were both open market transactions.
Oh, sure. I'm just asking generally.
Yeah, well, no, but that's why we have certified appraisers.
Yeah, so we analyze every transaction throughout the county, and that's what, especially when you have a commercial team, because there's limited market data. Napa County as a whole is really small when it comes to the commercial market. And that's why we have a handful of people who really, this is our specialty, the expertise. Tim being one of them, he's our primary commercial appraiser right now. And then I'm on the other end is when I'm working on the appeals. And there's a range, and then there's a reasonableness. When you're looking to the market, you look to what the other properties most similar in terms of what their rents are and what investors are paying in terms of what their cap rates are. So there's a lot of different indications as to whether or not something is within the range. And we do our best based on all the market data that we have. And then also we're in constant communication with local area experts that are in the industry. And I know Tim, when he's researching transactions, he's really good about getting on the phone and talking to some of the local brokers, just saying, hey, what did you know about this transaction? And because it's, just kind of getting the input. And oftentimes you will find out that like, oh, there was this such and such deal, and that was just a buddy deal because of so-and-so had something else going on and needed money quick. And it's usually when it's already on our radar that it's not following within the range. There's ranges, just like when you're looking at sales comparisons and analyzing, residential properties. There's a range. And sometimes, there are certain reasons why people get extra special good deals. And when you dig deeper, you find out, oh, well, there was the house needed a whole new foundation that we didn't know at surface level. And then when you dig deeper, then you get that level of detail out. It's kind of the same thing with commercial properties. If something sticks out, we investigate it. We look into like, okay, why does this one not following within our range? Something's just not feeling right here. Something's just not falling within where we think it should. And oftentimes it's like we parse out and we end up finding out that there was something about the deal. In those circumstances, if it's about the deal and there was something else going on, then that's not the value we end up enrolling in general. And I've seen it other ways where sometimes people, because of other special deals, they'll pay more. I've got a ton of money and I need to put it somewhere, or I'm going to get taxed, for federal income taxes, and I had to dump my money somewhere. We have that happen too. And then in those circumstances, then we find out, well, yeah, that they paid XYZ, but it was really because they had this amount of money and it wasn't really just for purchasing the property. And then we have to make an adjustment there.
And when we find out that there's poor condition, oftentimes we add value. We will enroll the sales price, but when they put a lot of more money into it, we'll pick that up. So by the time it's back at average condition and ready for resale, we will have picked that up. And then the one other one, Supervisor Ramos, is unfortunately, we have a lot of deaths in the county. We are one of the older counties in California in terms of our demographic, and there's no sale price there. And that's where we use comparable sales. We look at the condition of the property, we look at the what's going on, we look at the neighborhood, and when we'll enroll a value when there is no value. Again, that's why we have the certified appraisal staff that perform those duties.
Thank you. You made mention of a Supreme Court case. Is that the Olympic and Georgia Partners
Yes.
case?
Mm-hmm.
Well, good news. Looks like that's going to be decided in 90 days, so that's not very long. But I have a question. That one deals specifically with the valuation regarding income, the income method and the discounted cash flow analysis. And the question there really comes down to what is income versus the intangible assets. And the big issue there is whether transit occupancy tax rebate is income. We don't have rebates. So I'm wondering what about this case makes you think that we're in a standstill right now and how it applies to these properties?
Well, I'll let Mr. Eggers, but just to give you an overview, and if you want to get deeper in where Mr. Eggers can do it, there's two ways of valuing intangibles. One way is real estate is location, location, location. That property is worth that because where it is, and there is no intangible deductions. The other side of the coin is, well, you take the income approach, but some of the income is earned by things that are not accessible, the workforce, the brand of the hotel, all of those things. And if you value those intangibles highly, then you have to deduct those from the real estate value. And one's called the Rushmore and the other's called another analysis method. So those are the issue there. And for years, the counties and the state have all used the Rushmore method. And this one case, the county used the Rushmore method. Both the lower courts upheld it, I believe. You'll know that better than I do, Supervisor Ramos. And then it was taken to the Supreme Court. So if they ruled against the Rushmore method, it would make some difference in what we would have to discount from that income before we capitalize it to get to the value. And that's how that works.
And just one more question on some of these properties that, looking at their website, some are hotel and room rental based, and the other ones are restaurant based. What's the difference there in terms of the income calculation for restaurants versus hospitality? Do restaurant properties have a greater decrease or in valuation here?
Well, there are very few restaurant-owned properties. Most of them are leased. So it doesn't really matter I would say probably 95% of all restaurants are in lease space rather than the restaurant owning it. Mr. Keller may be different in Yountville, but we look at what the rent is, not necessarily how much it costs to prepare the food and what the cost of food's been and inflation and all of that. So most of those are rentals, and we have very few freestanding restaurants. They're either part of a hotel, and that is part of the income stream, of course. You know, the restaurant at the Marriott in Napa is part of their income stream, and that's how that builds in. And if their income's down because their expenses are up or they have fewer guests, that all plays into the decline in value.
Well, my question's more related to one of these properties is the Restoration Hardware property, which is a restaurant, not a hotel. And that had a reduction, correct?
Right.
And
the
so what
same-
is the basis of that reduction?
So the same winds are blowing against room rates as they are against restaurant rates. I'll let Tim answer that.
The reductions we made were for the Vintage Estate, which does not include the restoration hardware property. So there was not an adjustment made to the restoration hardware property with this. That is the restaurant up the street from the Vintage Estates. So these have to do with the Vintage Estate properties, which are the hotel to the north, which is the Vintage House, down to the Villaggio, which is the lower section. And so that is not part of the this boardwalk appeal. That was not part of this transaction that we're dealing with. And so the one.
It may be on a reduced status.
It may be on a
separate
reduced status, but
analysis.
yes, so I'm sorry about that. But this is not, so the analysis, I don't have information on that, but it was not valued by the same method as the Vintage Estates.
It was not, can I clean that up a little bit? It was not part of the same holding. So when we were looking at say the Vintage Estates property specifically, we would analyze the restoration hardware property separately on its own analysis as not part of the group. When you're analyzing properties and you're looking at them, you're looking at what's the economic unit. Vintage Estates is extra problematic in the aspect that it has a large retail space. It's got all these other spaces. So that one has its own separate analysis. And you can't just separate off one individual from the whole. So when we analyze that property, we do it as a whole because you would not just sell off, you can't just sell off one piece of it because it's so integral to the running of the entire property. Restoration hardware may be on a reduced status, but it was not part of the same analysis that was Tim just recently did that triggered the bigger drop that we're noticing as that one holding. If it is on a Prop 8, it was most likely because of when they originally acquired it, it was on the high end of the spectrum and of the value range, and then subsequently have filed appeals. So it was not one that like Tim recently analyzed. And so it's not on the top of my head as to what the specifics there are. But we would do the same process of it's a commercial property. We're going to look at the income. We're going to look at what we can support when it comes to the market rents. We're going to look at that cap rate change year after year to see how the values are coming in. If rents are continuing to grow up, even though, if rents are going here and expenses are going here and the cap rate remains the same, then you're going to see not a whole lot of change. But as soon as you have one element of that components that change, rent staying the same and now expenses are so much greater, even though the income's still coming in, those expenses, that net is different, and then you have just a slight change in that cap rate, it drives that value down. So it would have been the same process, but the actual specifics for that property are different.
And we'll look that up and get it to you, Supervisor Rollins.
Thank you. How would I be able to look at what properties are in Prop 8 reduction?
I can give you a list. We have a special taxability code that is on each property once, and it comes off when they go back to their base year, and it stays on while they're in decline. I can run a list for you of those 924 if you'd like that.
It's 924 properties?
There's more now.
Well, with the manufactured homes, that's a
But
whole
those are already at they have a different calculation based on the reduction because they're manufactured homes. So
Right.
that one's different. But of the non-manufactured homes, you're saying there's 924 that are enrolled in a Prop 8 basis. How does that compare to prior years?
Well, as I said, we started at 12,000, so this is our lowest number since 2009.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ramos. Any other questions? Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you. I don't really have a question, but I just wanted to point out, following up on some comments from Supervisor Alessio, that we did a report in conjunction with Generation H last year called The State of Housing, and it pretty clearly delineates the seasonal and recreational housing stock. This is all based on census data. And so I think for future discussions, it's important to note that we have the information. We have the highest percentage of seasonally, recreationally vacant units, i.e. second homes, of any other North Bay County. Ours is at 55%, Sonoma County at 50%, and Marin County at 39%. Some others are listed. But we do have the data, and I think it's important that in the future we do have more of a discussion about community impact based on the fact that we do have a very, very high number of what you could call vacant units that have an impact on our capacity to provide housing, and also that kind of flexibility we need. We heard throughout the report around the mismatch in Napa Valley's housing stock, and so it's further exacerbated by this. But I just wanted to mention that we do have the data, even if the assessor's office, of course, is not tracking that because it doesn't have a mechanism. But we do have that data via this report, so for future reference and future discussion.
I would like to say that 55% seems incredibly high to me, because we have X number of residential units, and a great percentage of those already have their homeowners exemption. So I'm not questioning the numbers. I'm just not sure what the base was of the 55%.
Yeah, you might want to check the report.
I will. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that to our attention, and I appreciate the comments about that to begin with, and hopefully this is one of the things that gets taken up in our general plan discussions too. So with that, I will say thank you to the whole team, and at this point, I will move us along to the next agenda item.
Chair Cottrell.
I see public comment. It's getting to that. So I'd like to open this up for public comment right now. Good afternoon, Mr. Dunbar. We've made it to the afternoon.
I know that's why, as much as I would love to be here just to observe for the last 3.5 hours, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the assessor and his team. First of all, I was pleased to hear that appeals are not necessary for consideration of reassessment, whether it's up or down, because we're seeing a lot of volatility in property value for a lot of different reasons right now. So good to hear about that. I'm concerned about how you not concerned. I'm interested in how you forecast. For example, there's some significant projects in the works that are multi-year. Watson Ranch, River Sound. Now the city of Calistoga has the fairgrounds, and they're looking to kind of improve or modernize the activities there. How do you do that on an annual basis, or do you wait until all the houses are built, and then are you reassessing when all the houses are sold? Those kind of dynamics and how you factor those in. Also, for the city of Napa, you have a major hotel development, downtown economic development project that has launched, is about to take the next phase of demolition, but it's going to be a multi-year. And then you've got condominiums as well as hotel, as well as retail, open space, all that. Good luck with the assessment on those kind of complex deals, but just wonder how you treat that year after year when you know that that's going to be a multi-year projection. And the other thing is I would say the elevated, if not severe, risk of foreclosures for winery properties and vineyard properties. You made a mention to in your report about wineries and grape growers and how their properties have been part of that decline in value. Are you able to project and kind of reassess if a property is a vineyard, but it's not your issue if they can't sell the fruit? As long as it stays a vineyard, it's that kind of that value, but the marketability may factor into the assessed value. And we're also seeing more tearing out of vineyards and leaving them fallow or not replanting right away. How do you factor that into your annual or multi-year assessments? And the same as it goes to wineries. if they're on properties that are zoned for a particular use, but they are not able to get the approvals for whatever reasons to do that use, whether it's plant a vineyard or build a winery or anything else, build a house. How do you look at those and reevaluate them when there's still that value that's assigned that property, but it hasn't really fulfilled its full potential? Thank you.
So let me just take those one at a time. First of all, the assessor follows the market. We don't forecast it and we don't lead it. So it does take, Mr. Dunbar, the event for something to happen. When they demolish the Kohl's building, we'll take it off the roll. When they start construction on the hotel, we'll do what's called construction in progress. We monitor it every January 1st and continue to add value until they're finished, and then we put a value on. That base year value might be adjusted the next day downwards if there's a problem, but we take it going as they move forward. And those we use, and Tim and Jennifer are good at it, new construction, we have ideas of what it costs to build something here if there's not been a sale, and we'll add what we think the fair market value of that hotel is. So that's number one. The second question had to do with what do we do in the winery and vineyard area. So first of all, in most properties, the vines themselves are not a great contributor to the value. They are a value because it's plantable land, but the vines themselves are not a big component. And once the vineyard's taken out, as long as the vineyard owner tells us, we take that off the roll. Just like tearing down the Kohl's building. It goes away. There's no assessment for the vines or the stakes and wires because they usually come out. We are getting a lot of interest from people about, oh, my vineyard is not worth what it was. And we are saying to them, and I've just put for one vineyard owner, we just reassessed it because they were under Prop 19, but it didn't help them completely. We've just reassessed them. They went from $151,000 to $3,890,000, which is quite a jump. It'd been in the family for I don't know how many decades. And they're concerned about that. And I said, get me a realtor's professional opinion, which are no cost, as of January 1st, 2025. This was for a death back in 2023. And if we think the value's gone down and we look at the realtor's opinion with our specialist taking a look at it and we agree, we'll reduce the value. It's still a base year value because that death happened over 2 years ago, but we'll make that decline. So did that answer your questions? And on wineries.
Mr. Tudor, we go this way, and then I can, yeah.
All right.
So.
Yeah, if that answered those questions, we have not, we've had, are we having any winery appeals at the moment? We still haven't had any winery appeals. You know, one of the biggest wine people, Vintage Estates, went bankrupt and has sold off their both their wineries and their vineyards and things, but those sale prices were still falling within a range that we're used to. And we'll see if, as I said, we don't make the market, we follow it. So if we see prices going down, that would indicate many of our vineyards, unlike this one situation, have old base year values. And clearly, I don't care if the market went to 10% of what it was, it's still a lot more than they're being assessed at. And many of the wineries and vineyards are under the Williamson Act, which gives them an restricted value, which is not related directly to their current fair market value. We would still look if, and we had one case where it actually, their Prop 8 value was below both the factory base year value and their restricted value under the Williamson Act, but there's very little of that.
Thank you. And just one question on the Williamson Act. Is there a role, any kind of monitoring role that your department does in terms of ag uses on the parcels?
No, that's the planning department. The planning department administers that for you. Napa County is one of the few counties, if not the only county in the state, that requires the ag commissioner to review an application for a new Williamson Act contract to concur that it is either has agricultural potential or is being used for agriculture. So you're already doing that at the front end. At the back end, there's no auditing of that. I mean, there clearly are a few properties that have been in the Williamson Act since the 70s that shouldn't be in it. But it's not been after your discussion this morning, it's not been a high priority. There are very few of those. I think there are 20 out of our 800 parcels that probably shouldn't be in the Williamson Act because they don't meet the current criteria, but nobody's had the energy to, or the time or staff to look at those. And it's a minimal, tiny impact. I mean, some of those people are getting a benefit that is substantial, but nobody's taken the time to do that. Nobody's under breach of contract in that sense. That's immediate and costs a lot of money. There are penalties and fines for that.
Got it. So those are interesting to at least track. And I would remind our board that we are seeing, at Williamson Act renewals come through the board. So that continues to be an effective tool for land that's in agriculture to get that lower basis, which is important. So, all right. Do we have anyone else in the room or on the phones? Okay, great. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
And at this point, we will actually take a break. We will move into closed session, and then we will come back to our remaining agenda items. We will come back after lunch to 8B. And at this point, and so let's say a 2 p.m. return. And so at this point, sorry, does that work for everyone? Okay, great. And then, so at this point, I will be moving us to item number 9, closed session, where we will be taking up item 9A. Is there any public comment on this item or on the phones? Okay, so at this point, we will recess to closed session and come back at 2 p.m. Good afternoon. We are back from our closed session. Ms. Bratton, do you want to report out for us, please?
Thank you, Chair. The board met in closed session today under item 9A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, 2 matters. There is no reportable action. That's the end of my report.
Thank you. So that brings us to our final agenda item of today. That is item 8B, and I will ask staff to come up and give us a report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Cottrell and members of the board. Today we, Meg Reagan, your Digital Innovation Officer, and Greg Bown, your Chief Security Information Officer, are here at the direction of our CEO, Ryan Alsop, as a part of our ongoing commitment to continuous improvement. We bring forward for your consideration a resolution to adopt a new section of the County Policy Manual, the Napa County Artificial Intelligence Policy. AI is already embedded in some of the tools used across Napa County today, from graphic design platforms like Canva, social communication platforms like Meta and YouTube, to translation services like Wordly, which powers the accessibility in these very Board of Supervisors meetings. AI is increasingly difficult to avoid in modern software, and these use cases highlight its potential and the need for clear guardrails. Developing this policy has been a highly collaborative effort, shaped by input from Napa County departments and partners like the National Association of Counties, NACO, and insight from the NACO Master AI Leadership Academy, which Chair Cottrell and I both attended. We are also members of the Government AI Coalition. This is led by the City of San Jose, where lessons, best practices, and suggested approaches are shared across local, state, and federal agencies. To lay a foundation and to build a responsible artificial intelligence program. The first building block, if you will, is an AI policy rooted in security and governance, designed to set the floor across a wide range of diverse county operations. Developing a responsible AI program will have many layers, and this policy lays a foundation to manage risk, protect sensitive data, and uphold the security and integrity our community expects. As we continue to develop a responsible AI framework through expanding into operational guidelines and procedures and establishing a digital governance committee, this policy ensures we do so thoughtfully, with oversight, education, and shared standards guiding us every step. AI will not replace the human element, but when used responsibly, it can enhance the services that we deliver to our community. With these opportunities come new responsibilities, and this policy is our first step in meeting them thoughtfully, securely, together.
Thank you. So the policy establishes guardrails, really requirements for the secure, ethical, and legal use of artificial intelligence in Napa County by county employees, vendors, and contractors. It lays out acceptable uses and prohibited uses of artificial intelligence, and if followed will enable us to avoid some of the common pitfalls and risks of artificial intelligence, including data leakage, which is the unintentional exfiltration of sensitive data in the testing, development, and training of artificial intelligence, copyright infringement, as well as biased information and misinformation that is taken as true. It also lays out key and common terms within our artificial intelligence, such as Gen AI, hallucinations, various types of confidential data that the county is responsible for, including protected health information, and criminal justice information, as well as it lays out guidelines for staff on how to handle that data within the AI tools.
So a few examples of the guardrails that this policy establishes. We were told that it's nice to talk about examples so you can get some tangible ideas of how this would work in practice. So the policy requires mandatory human oversight of AI-generated content. So for that, imagine staff uses AI to draft a frequently asked questions document about a new county program. The draft looks polished, but includes outdated figures and misses the mark on tone. This highlights why human oversight is critical. AI can assist with drafting, but it's up to staff to fact check, refine, and ensure alignment with county standards and values before anything is distributed or to use to make informed decisions. Note, a department guideline and a procedure, those, we've noticed that different jurisdictions call documents different terms. And so guideline and procedure has been a common term that is used interchangeably across jurisdictions. That these, the department guideline or procedures may have specific do's and do not statements or workflows that are tied to digital services or a specific county operation. So thank you to Supervisor Cottrell. She shared guidelines from the city of San Jose, Santa Cruz County, and also Marin. And these will absolutely be used as tools as we work with departments in developing their own unique guideline document to guide staff. Another example would be strict confidentiality rules, so especially when handling sensitive data. So imagine a staff member copies personal client details like names, perhaps even medical history, into an AI tool to save time. Even if it's helpful, this absolutely violates the county policy. That would be protective health information or personalized identified information. And unless the tool is explicitly approved, it cannot be used for sensitive data. These examples show why the policy is clear: do not share sensitive data with unapproved AI tools, and you are not able to install software without proper ITS review. It's about protecting our systems, our data, and the people that we serve. The third example would be the approval process. And this would be through department heads and ITS prior to AI tools being adopted. So for there, let's just say that we'll use an example that, let's say Napa County is exploring an AI-powered camera systems that does early detection for wildfire smoke in high-risk areas. And this actually was a similar scenario of a real case that's being used in Santa Clara County. And the system uses AI to analyze real-time video footage, and it alerts emergency services at the first time of smoke or heat patterns. It's a powerful idea with real public safety benefits. But prior to tools like this being adopted, it would have to go through our AI review process, and that is spelled out in the policy. It would start by department leadership. They would formally approve the need and the purpose. They must ensure that the tool supports operational goals and it falls within regulatory guidelines. Next, ITS would conduct a security and technical review to evaluate how the tool handles data, how it integrates with county systems, and whether it introduces any privacy or cybersecurity risks, especially if it includes live video or location-based data. Finally, if approved, department-specific procedures or guidelines are developed to guide staff on how to use the system safely, effectively, including response protocols, data retention, do's and do not statements, workflows, and all of this will be guided for staff's continued education and training. So the goal is to support innovation with accountability here. This multi-layered approval process helps make sure that AI tools are handling sensitive information, they are used safely, responsibly, and with the right safeguards in place. It also reinforces Napa County's existing policies, making it clear that AI activity on county networks is subject to monitoring to ensure compliance and accountability.
So there are various roles throughout the county that would be involved in the governance, from the chief technology officer, who's responsible for strategy, to the chief information security officer, who still maintains responsibility for risk, to department heads that they're required to provide alignment with AI initiatives to strategic goals, as well as county council. The challenging thing about AI is we want to enable innovation within an accepted risk envelope. Traditional tools that we use for measuring risk and maintaining what's called the CIA triad, which is the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of data, have now been augmented with AI. Now we have to ensure that it's unbiased, transparent, and fair. And there are AI governance frameworks out there for that, as well as AI risk management frameworks that we will use. But it is a truly multi-layer and cross-functional effort that will be involved with the governance of AI. And I know that we're short on time. So with that, you've already mentioned that basically we would just incorporate artificial intelligence into our existing risk management process that we follow for any new application or system. And like I said, it involves additional skill sets. There will be a lot of upskilling that will be involved for county staff, department heads, and SEB. So I'm going to turn it over to you to wrap up.
Okay. So looking ahead, we would be embarking on department training and procedures, supporting them to align their operation in developing these guidelines to empower staff of making sure that the guidance and education is in line with their tools and their service delivery. We're really excited about a formation of a digital governance committee. And so here we're going to have a cross-functional team of department representatives that will be established. And the main goal will be that they're going to serve as an advisory resource on AI-related opportunities and recommended procedures, act as a soundboard and a collective voice across departments, ensuring shared understanding and best practices, facilitate interjurisdictional collaboration. We have a lot of our other municipalities that we're going to be sharing the lessons that we've learned to support our cities and towns. We're also going to be doing a biannual review of the artificial intelligence policy, given the rate of just how rapidly this is evolving. And not only just the AI policy, but also related policies that could benefit the artificial intelligence policy. And they'll also be supporting the development of shared procedures, identifying gaps, and shaping priorities on ongoing education opportunities. So in closing, we're really excited to launch this digital governance committee. It would be the first of its kind for Napa County. It would be a collaborative space where departments, IT, and leadership will come together to review this policy biannually, identify opportunities. In addition, this policy represents more than a set of rules. It's a starting point. It's a foundation that reflects our commitment to technology and using it responsibly and strategically to empower our workforce and our departments to have better service delivery for our community. Just as we've evolved from the typewriter to the computer and now to the integration of AI, we understand that this field will continue to change and our approach will evolve with it. So as we move forward, we do so with intention, accountability, balancing innovation with oversight, and embracing AI as the tool to support, not replace, the human judgment that defines public service. Thank you for your time and consideration, and we're proud to bring this forward to you today, and we look forward to building on this foundation with you. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great. Thank you both very much. I appreciate it. I will at this point ask if there's any public comment in the room or on the phone lines. Nope. Okay. Then I will bring it back to the board. And Supervisor Alessio, I know you need to roll. Is there anything you want to add at this point?
No, actually, I'm very inspired by the presentation and the thoroughness staff has taken on this. It's here, and I'm really glad that we're moving forward to make sure that we protect our agency, we protect that sensitive information, and that we can work more efficiently.
Great. Thank you. Supervisor Manfree.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I'll try to keep it brief. I know we've all been here a long time today. I appreciate that you're framing this as a starting point because this is certainly something that's going to evolve as technology evolves and our understanding of it catches up, basically, because in a lot of ways it's out ahead of people, functioning in our world right now. I guess I have one kind of general concern, which is that as AI becomes more pervasive, it's going to be buried in algorithms and we won't even always necessarily know when it's there. So just kind of a caution to watch out for. And then, almost fortuitously, I was having a conversation over the lunch break with a former coworker who received a set of notes someone had taken with AI, and he was just saying how poor quality they were, because he was there watching the same event the notes were taken on, and just being able to discern that and keep the quality high is really, really important throughout. There's something to human intellect I think is going to be hard to bottle forever. Yeah, and I mean, certainly AI can be really helpful for note taking and writing composition. I know people are using it in the medical field now to keep their reporting happening faster. But again, like the human element and the review element just seems like it's always a necessary component of the quality control on that. And I think also it's good to be cautious that AI can introduce bias. I mean, it's drawing from us to figure out how to behave and act, and we have our own biases, and they can just kind of bleed through there if we're not careful. And I guess just as more of a flag for the board members who are here, San Francisco outlawed AI for setting rents some time ago, and to my knowledge, I believe this is being used at some rental properties here in the county, and that's a situation where a renter would pay a different price day by day, depending on what day they sign a lease. And that might be something for us to just think about whether we want to welcome that kind of what I would consider very predatory economic behavior into the community or not. Also, going to San Francisco a lot for MTC meetings recently, there's tons of AI cars out there. They haven't quite made it to Napa yet, but at some point, the county and the city councils will probably want to look at that too. Thanks.
If I may comment, one of the pitfalls of AI is over-reliance on artificial intelligence. It's not equally good at all tasks, right? To your point, it's historically not good at summarizing things, but it's very good at data analysis or software code generation or things like that. But yes.
Thank you, Supervisor Manfree. I'm not seeing my board light up, so I'm going to dive into some comments that I have. And I first just want to say thanks to you both. And Meg, I know you've really worked hard on this, and it's great to have this document out here. And I'm just encouraged that we're taking on this issue as a county. And so what I'd like to do is read through my comments. And I think in general, you mentioned, San Jose being a leader, and that is one of the jurisdictions that I spent some time looking at their documentation. And I think this is a really important thing that we need to spend time on, because this is the first time we're even talking about this tool. So I think it's worth being thoughtful and getting it right. So my comments that I sent to Meg said, in general, I'd like to see us adopt a policy that is more user-focused and public-focused. As an organization, we need a document that protects us, which you guys mentioned, but we also need to provide some education and framing around AI, why it can be a good tool and why it needs the guardrails. And you mentioned the guardrails, which I completely agree with. I'd like to see this document have a little bit more background going forward. And so I pulled up the San Jose AI policy, which I love. It's only 4 pages. So I'd like us to see if we can shrink it down. And Meg, you and I talked about one of the reasons for that is they have separate documents that address other policies. So, for example, I think digital privacy policy. Do we have our own digital privacy policy?
Not to my knowledge.
No.
No.
Okay. So
Not currently.
privacy is, and we know that HHSA has a different set of privacy requirements than PBES. So I think we might think about how we put together a package of policies so that we don't have to have everything in one policy. AI is complicated enough. So to say, please refer to, digital privacy over here and information systems. And Greg, you mentioned the existing risk management process. I know, Supervisor Ramos, that's come up for you recently. And so making sure we're really clear on what our process there is. But I wanted to just read you the first sentences of the City of San Jose's policy. They say, this policy establishes a governance structure that allows the city to use AI and AI systems while providing the necessary safeguards for purposeful and responsible use. And then they kind of go through what their objectives are. And their first one is provide guidance that is clear, easy to follow, and supports decision-making for the staff, interns, all those folks. So I think having it be something that's really accessible, using, you guys have a lot of technical expertise that someone who should be guided by this policy might not have. So making sure that we're using really straightforward language, I think, is important. So anyway, I won't read necessarily through all of my comments, but I think what I'd like to ask my colleagues to do is if we can, I'd like to move that we continue discussion on this, and I'd love to work with staff on how I could incorporate some of these comments in and perhaps use the models that we have seen in San Jose and Marin to shrink down what our AI policy is, but make sure we've got other robust documents that are supportive. Does anyone want to hear more of my list? Supervisor Gallagher.
I just want clarification really quick. Do you mean to continue the item to do more work on it essentially? Okay. I think that's fine. And just a couple comments. I thank you for the presentation. And also I was looking for, I see that it's broad, intentionally broad. And so your comments regarding each department developing their own guidelines based on their operations and workflow. Thank you. Very important. Obviously, there are going to be different guidelines per department. Do you have a schedule of how you would roll that out in terms of how, departments that you want to work with first, that, and maybe as a timeline in terms of like how long do you think it'll take to prepare guidelines for every department, or maybe a little bit more on that?
You can maybe take this?
Sure.
Okay. I think that we would prioritize certain departments. Certain departments already have IT staff that are embedded within their operation. And so I think that would be a really intentional place to start, because they have resources in-house that are familiar with their technology systems, and they're also familiar with their operations. So prioritizing it in that fashion would align with resources, and also the departments that tend to have resources assigned to those departments tend to be a little bit more complex operations too. So I would say that would be the initial kickoff, would be to start developing these procedures. But without this policy also, I think that's important, is that right now we do not have a policy in place. So IT, and you can probably speak a bit more to this, doesn't have a policy to vet applications to make sure that we are compliant or approved prior to use, that then we can then develop these procedures and guidelines from.
Yeah, so at this point, we basically just have a backlog of applications that are known to use artificial intelligence that we have on the back burner pending approval until the policy is approved. So, the state makes a distinction between incidental AI and intentional AI. Most of this is not intentional, right? It's incidental. It's part of a package, right? I think of our endpoint protection that we use. It uses machine learning, but that's not its primary, so that's considered incidental. I don't know how much intentional we have, but we are in fact holding off on approving those pending the approval of the policy and the adoption of the policy.
Mm-hmm. May I ask, would the board consider moving forward with the consideration of the adoption of this policy with the intent of us prioritizing a review of the AI policy by the end of 2025?
So let's understand that. I mean, I think we can do better in terms of how this is laid out. So we don't have a policy now. So you're saying this document provides us with coverage or something. Okay, so walk us through that a little bit more.
Do you want to talk about from a data security standpoint?
Sure, I think understanding the changes that you would like to make to the policy, completely understandable. I think the policy as it exists right now at least gives us a framework from which we can work and approve or deny some of the requests that we currently have. We think that it works very well in that context. Understanding, like I said, your concerns or the improvements that you would like to see, it would at least give us a framework that we can work within, and it would also provide staff with clear direction of this is what you can and can't do, especially when it comes to publicly available artificial intelligence. We'll call them services, right? The ChatGPTs, the Groks, you name them. So in that sense, I think it would help to clear things sooner.
Certainly. I'm going to turn to Supervisor Ramos to let her speak on this. I want to return to actually something that Supervisor Manfrey said about one of our earlier items today, which was the response to the grand jury reports, which was, you pointed out that it was the first time that the board had seen the document and we were being asked to approve it. And so that's the situation we're in. So I'm not thrilled with the process if we're being asked, today to do something that doesn't feel like a lot of onboarding, but I will turn it to Supervisor Ramos for comment.
Thank you. You mentioned you have current requests that this would be applicable. Can you expand on that?
The names of the applications escape me at the time, right now, but we do have a handful of applications that departments have requested, and we are simply holding up their approval and usage pending the approval of an actual policy.
Applications like computer applications, like apps?
Oh, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
like
Yes, in
what-
my vernacular, yeah,
Okay.
computer application software. In most cases, these are cloud services.
An example could be like a project management software or a calendar scheduling tool or report writing tool. There's many different software applications right now that different departments want to adopt.
I certainly do understand that. I think that there's an opportunity for us. I don't see that the absence of a policy at this moment necessarily precludes us from doing the right thing and moving forward in procuring applications as deemed necessary. We've been doing that, since the beginning of Napa County for 175 years without an AI policy. So I don't feel like that necessarily is going to hold up the work that we need to do. I think that there is an opportunity here for us to address some of the concerns that have been raised by my colleagues. I think there is, this is very internal focused, which is great, and focuses on user responsibility. But I think that we also need to make sure that we look at the consumer side of an AI policy. One of the things that, it just stands out to me, there are some states that actually require governmental entities to disclose. I think Utah, or it's Colorado, somewhere back there where it's dry and hot, actually require disclosure on like a county website that says when AI has been used for the generation of information that is outward facing. I think that also there certainly is a component of risk that we need to look at, and I would like to understand a timeline of what comes next, because you're saying we're going to need a data policy, right? We're going to need an update on an AI policy. Was it this morning? Didn't we just procure a IT policy for accessibility? How does that integrate with a policy like this? How do our current systems integrate with our current policy, the policy that we're looking at adopting? I think that there's an opportunity for us to not pause, but actually go deeper. Like I don't want to at all pause. I think that we do need this. I brought this up, I think it was almost a year ago when Meg, you and I first talked, that I think that this is important. But I think a full package in light of the enterprise data management system that we've already committed to, in light of our own CJNet, in light of the consultant-based applications that we're using, and our interface with the community online, I think is really important that we understand how that all fits. Like, this is just a policy, but how its application works and what our consistency. What I don't want to do is adopt a policy where something that we are currently utilizing is not in compliance with our policy. I have absolutely used every single IT word I know today. I have no idea whether we comply or we don't beyond that. And I would like to have a snapshot into what our, I guess, AI health meter would look like here in regards to a policy like this as we're considering it moving forward. Because if in fact we are using applications or processes that are not compliant with this, what's that hidden cost we have? That's something that I think we're going to need to definitely weigh in.
Thank you, Supervisor Ramos. And yeah, I first of all, I like a few terms you use there. The IT health meter, I think, is a good one. And but also to this point about, you know, when I look through this policy, I'm not seeing anything here that gives the IT department, you know, suddenly some set of keys that it couldn't. I think the point that you're making, that if you if applications are backed up in waiting for this policy, I'm not seeing any specific direction to IT that somehow opens the gate that's currently closed. So I am not sure that I feel that backlog is somehow why we need to move ahead on this.
May I? So for an example could be if a department came forward and said, I want to use an artificial intelligence tool to create clinical meeting notes. This AI policy that's currently in place is that safeguard. It's the foundation to ensure that if you're going to be handling a certain specific amount, specific sensitive data, that artificial intelligence tool is vetted and it's checked. There's a department head awareness to make sure that it is compliant for all the different regulatory bodies, to make sure that it meets the needs and checks all those boxes to engage in an artificial intelligence tool to start taking meeting clinical notes. Because that it's very different than if the ag commissioner would, for example, use an AI tool to capture meeting minutes and then to report out. So this gives us the safeguards to ensure that departments are going through the proper channels, they're getting department head buy-in, and then there's a specific way, there's getting a security review to make sure that that application was approved and intended for use to handle that sensitive data. And then a procedure document has to be put in place. And that's, I think, where this is the fundamental first step with this policy, is to just make sure that that bottom layer, that framework, is shared across the organization as a whole. And then from there, we can continue to evolve and making it more public facing and work through those workflows and creating those general guidelines to empower departments to know how to use these tools safely and effectively.
Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Ramos.
Thank you. So my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is if a department wants to use an application, we have a procurement process that it would need to go through. It's not like a department can go and just grab an application that they find useful and to utilize it at the current moment. Is that correct, Ms. Craig?
Right now, departments do have a discretion up to a certain threshold. If you're referring to the purchasing policy, it would still have to go through the security check for the network and or how it's going to interface with IT, but it's not going to ask that next layer of questions that they are identifying in this framework. What I would like to offer, though, is I hear that this needs to be a more substantive conversation with more information and more policy written that makes this a more comprehensive program. In light of that, and until that comes forward, I do believe that the CEO could voluntarily start this process as it has been outlined by creating this committee, creating those safeguards, providing that direction to IT, that until those steps are done, with the understanding that that is what appears to be best practices in other places, and use that to not stop departments from improving their operations, but to be careful and selective in that process and proceed in that manner until we're ready for a policy to come back that meets all the needs.
That That makes sense to me. I mean, one of the things you just mentioned, the security check, but I'm also hearing that we don't have a data privacy policy. So that to me says that IT has been able to do some work on privacy and security without the existence of a board-approved policy. So I'd like to support that route. And again, Supervisor Ramos, you mentioned the non-technical term of package, which I think is a way to talk about multiple different documents so that I think it would be interesting to have a digital privacy policy. And the other thing I like from San Jose is an AI handbook, which breaks some of those things down. So those are some of the things I'm interested in. And it's great to hear about the Digital Governance Committee. I think that'll be really important because one of the priorities I think we want to do is make sure there's lots of conversation up and down within a department, but also across departments as we learn more. So given that, is there more direction we should give at this point? Should we entertain a motion to bring this back? What would be your advice, Ms. Craig?
I don't believe there's a motion that's necessary. We definitely hear that there is more information that's being requested, and I think they understand what those parts are. If they have more questions, they can speak up or follow up with you later.
Yeah, thank you.
I would also suggest, unless I'm seeing this incorrectly on our website, that we have our information technology use and security policy. The revision date on what I am seeing online says April 17th, 2001. I can't believe that is that true? What?
I believe that's true because I printed it out this morning, so.
Okay, so may I make a greater suggestion here, a more encompassing suggestion? I think that we need to look at our information technology use and security policy, also have a data policy with an AI policy, and they all need to come together because a 2001 policy, I mean, Chromebooks didn't even exist back then. So, yeah.
So if I may, we do actually have a draft of a policy. We've been working with county council. It is probably 99.9% complete and ready to move on in the process. So that has been addressed. Yes.
That's great to hear. And again, I think taking these all together is important because we want to be able to refer to them back and forth. And then each document can be more simple, right? Again, AI is complicated enough that let's have the digital privacy sit separately. So thank you for flagging that. All right. Okay. Thank you both very much. And with that, I will go ahead and finish this agenda item, and we will adjourn until next week, August 5th, 2025. We're adjourned.